Good evening, everybody, and welcome to another Monster Hunter stream. My name is Ristretto. It's nice to meet you. If you're new to the stream, hi. If you're watching the VOD later on, then enjoy the VOD. Hope you guys are all doing well this evening. Tonight, we're going to be playing some Monster Hunter Rise for the Nintendo Switch, and we're going to be spending our second night soloing Low Rank Hub. We've been working in Low Rank Village for the last couple weeks, and last night we began our weapon raffles, or our kind of weapon challenges, through Low Rank Hub here, which should be fun. We're going to be doing more of that tonight. I'm going to start off by giving you guys some beans, and then we'll go ahead and jump on over to the stream here. And I'm going to say hello to you guys, because I appreciate y'all stopping by. So, hello, Uchi. Uchi and Frenchie, y'all have some cursed Kezu emotes in the chat. Some cursed Kezu emotes. But I still hope you're doing well. Hello, Tony Tengu. Hello, Skiffy and Game God and Parsec. Welcome to you, too. Hello, Viotech and Crystal Time Gear. Let's see. Welcome, Dragon on Fire. Thanks for hanging out here. Hello, Purple Cheese. Hello, Paku and Psychotic. Welcome to you too. Welcome to Mega Radar as well, and Your Cat. Thanks for the kind words, Your Cat. I hope you have a good night too. Welcome to Lord Castellian and Shmeg Leskimo and Descentus Dude. Welcome to Corbo Poyo, and I think I already said Skiffy, but if I didn't, welcome Skiffy. Welcome back, Fear the Bee, and welcome Syphonia. And Ice-T. Ice-T was here right as I started. Thank you, Paku. Thanks for the sub. Thank you very much. It's very kind. Let's GP? Wait, what is GP? I don't get it. Guard point? Well, cheers, Mega Radar. Have a good night streaming. It's what I know it's what they wrote in the message. Let's go. Okay, that's what I thought you meant. Let's go indeed. Thank you. Cheers, Paku. Hey, Monstropolis. Welcome. Welcome, Jack McBride as well. I think that's everybody. If I missed anybody... Oh, The Rod. Welcome. If I missed anyone, I am sorry. I did not mean to. Oh, let's Fugan go. There we go. Oh, it's from Words. Okay, that makes some sense. I know Words. I didn't realize who that was from yesterday. This time I actually see the emote in my chat. I don't see the words. All right. Let's kick things off, shall we? I think we have one more monster quest here. We have an Arzuros. I'm going to hunt any other monsters that are here. It's probably just going to be Arzuros. But if there's any other large monsters, I'll fight them too as a warm-up. You only see the words, lol. If you have Better Twitch TV or FrankerFaceZ installed on your web browser, you may see the other ones, but it's okay. It's okay if you don't. All right, let's see here. Let me set up a weapon raffle. You guys can choose my weapon for Arzuros here. Okay. So, thank you all for being here, and if you would like to choose my weapon for the first hunt of the night, which is going to be a nice warm-up here, a triple monster quest, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. This will be the first time I'm trying to do a hub quest with 3 monsters in it, so we'll see how it goes. See how we fare. Been listening to the nice counter-signal rampage theme here. I think I'm going to go ahead and switch it back to, you know what, I'll leave it on this for now. Yeah. What was that? What was what, Monstropolis? It's the raffle jingle? Yeah, we have a raffle sound effect now. I have a couple sound effects that I play for things. One of them is reused. I should probably change it. I use the raffle end sound effect also when I come back from BRB. I should probably find another sound effect there. Should the Kezu screen be my sound effect for when I come back from BRB? I'm not going to do that. That would upset so many people. Dude, that would upset me. If I was in a stream and they did that, I would just straight up leave. Earlier today, I collected up some more weapons. If you look at our wish list, I collected some more gun lances. We're getting pretty, like, this is all it's got. This is all that's left. It's still quite a few weapons hanging out in there, but I don't know. We're getting there, man. I made the Almudron longsword. I haven't used it yet, but I made it. It looks pretty cool. I think I also made the Almudron light bowgun. I did some Almudron practice today, which felt nice. What are you hunting tonight? We're starting off with Arzuros and whatever other monsters are in that quest as a warm-up, and then from there we're going to go through 2-star. That's the last couple quests of 1-star. What else did I make? I think I made some Narga stuff. I made the Nargacuga Switch Axe, and I made the Nargacuga Greatsword, which is really cool. Look at the... Ugh, what a blessed game. What a blessed game that we have two of the best Greatswords ever right next to each other in the box at the same time. So good. I'm still working on the timing, Lord Castellian. I said 2 of the best ever. 2 of the best ever. That means there can be others. But like 2 of the best ever designs. Dude, you can just like, I bet you can tell how good a Monster Hunter game is going to be by just scrolling through only the Greatsword menu. Like if you scroll through the Greatsword menu and you get stuff like this, that's a good Monster Hunter game. The beanie and hoodie back. It's cold out. I'm happy. It's supposed to snow. I'm so happy. Michigan's wild. Michigan is a wild state to be in right now for a couple of reasons, but it's gonna snow in the middle of April tomorrow, and I'm pleased about it. I like snow. I like the cold. Okay. Last call for that weapon raffle. If you want to pick my weapon for our warm-up quest, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. And then if I draw out your name, it means you get to pick. Oh, bye, cool music. Michigan? Are you in Michigan too, Jack McBride? That's cool. There are like 3 or 4 of us in the chat who are all in Michigan. I think Skiffy is. I forget if I know Demon Coup is. I think there's one other person. There you go, Lord Castellian too. There's a couple of us. That's kind of funny. You're a Utahn? I just had some friends go to Utah and then come on back. I just visited. Thought you made up Michigan, but apparently it's a thing. People say it. I don't say it. I'm not social enough to say Michigan. Was in Detroit last week? Dude. When this pandemic's over, I'm not going to be living down here, probably, at least for the next couple of years, but I'm going to be visiting down here. Sometime when I'm visiting in Detroit, we'll do like a Monster Hunter meetup or something. I have friends at a rock climbing gym that has like some good space in it. I'll ask them if I can pay to rent out the space, and we'll do a Monster Hunter meetup sometime. It'll be a good time. I had that idea before the pandemic, but it's been kind of rough. There are some in-person Monster Hunter meetups in New York, not right now, but like in the past there have been. What am I doing out here? All right. This is the wrong menu. There is Lord Castellian. There is. That's when you get all 3 of the skills activated at once. Is when that T is, or when the tea leaf's in there. Okay. Mega Radar. I know they're streaming, but Mega Radar, what would you like me to use for Arzuros and then a couple other monsters in there? Someone else had to tell me Lord Castellian. I didn't figure that out on my own either. Great sword, let's do it. How goes the stream? Stream is good. Stream is good. Do I have greatsword equipment? Attack 4, crit eye, focus, defense boost. Let's check to see if we have any better focus armor we can make right now. I guess I don't need that. I also don't need nearly that much attack for a low rank monster. I just realized I don't need that. I think we're probably gonna use the Azuchi sword. Might upgrade it once. Are you moving to the UP? I am, yeah. My girlfriend goes to university up there. Well, my fiance goes to university up there, and so we're moving in a month or so. Streamer bias. It's not a streamer bias. You shush. Nope, I can't upgrade it. Okay, well, maybe I won't use this one. Something weak. I have no weak greatswords. This is pretty close. Could use our Anjanath plate on this piece of armor, but I don't think we will. I think we'll probably go with the Kezu coil and the Anjanath mail and go from there. Been up to Marquette a couple times. The UP is beautiful. It is quite the cool area. I'm looking forward to it. I get stressed about moving and stuff like that, so I don't know. It'll be a semi-stressful time for me too, but all the same, I'll look forward to it too. Okay, what are we at right now? Attack 2, Focus 2, Slugger 2. Crit Eye, Razor Sharp, Spare Shot, Marathon Runner. Let's drop down some of these pieces. We don't need all of them. It's like a Sushi Mask we can trade out for like Ars Rose armor. I just want the 2 focus pieces. So that means no Anjanath Van Braces. Actually, you know what? Hang on. Isn't your wedding in a couple days? It is in 2 days from now. Yeah. Yep. Is coming right up. Whoops. I didn't mean to search for that. Menuing. Bone. That's what I wanted. Okay. Bone armor. That's going to be my 1 piece of focus. And we're going to do Arzuros in that. Congratulations, thanks. I'm really, it's still sort of surreal, but I'm pretty excited about it. I've known the lovely gal for a long time now. No more streaming, go relax. Don't worry, soon. This made your heart happy? Good. Congratulations for real, thank you guys. Okay, so this is going to be our set for this low rank quest. Focus, Defense Boost, Fortify, Diversion, Wirebug Whisperer, Counter-Strike. Dude, Counter-Strike in Monster Hunter. I'm never going to get tired of that stupid joke. No wedding stream, too bad? Nope. We've joked about it. We've joked like, hey, after the wedding we can come back and we can stream together. Nope. I will probably be MIA for a couple days. Okay. Made the hub song so intense. It was just for the intro music, Uchi, while I was warming up the stream. That's all. All right. Can you still change the voice in Rise, or is it fixed after you choose it? I think that's fixed. I'm not sure, though. I haven't checked. I also didn't check my Switch skills. Let's take a look here. Hey, Dog Crotchel. Tackle, Adamant Shard Slash versus Hunting Edge. I haven't really used this that much. ZL and X. Should practice that a little bit more. Well, you know what, Morg? That sounds pretty darn nice to me. You are a hype train conductor, apparently, from yesterday night. Y'all were silly generous. Just staggeringly so. All right. Arzros and Izuchi and Ragi. We're going to try and go all 3. So I guess we should start with, you know what? We're going to fast travel and start with Ragi up towards the top. Oops. What happened? Well, first off, people were really generous and gifted some subs for the 4 Ultimate Challenge. And then some folks showed up in a raid and both them and chat went off. Just went off, Uchi. I don't think anything particularly happened to make them be so generous. It's just nice. They were just being kind. But yeah, killing that Molten Tigrex was tough. Who gave you a sub? I don't know. There were a lot of gifted subs. I think it might tell you if you look in your gifted subscriptions page. Yeah, Udemon started off the Jarist. Nope. Yeah, we did, Frenchie. I think it's the first time that's ever happened. They went all the way. Yeah, Karada was doing some. Their friends who they raided with were doing some. Like, part of what blew me away were it was a lot of people who just raided, not with Karada. Karada didn't raid, but it was their friend Forest Raider, I'm pretty sure, who raided. And they just all dumped a bunch of subs and bits, and it was just really generous. I've never met people like that before. You have 12 Anjanath plates? Could I have one of those? It was a wedding gift? I guess. They didn't even know it. Oof. I can have all of the plates? Oh, thank you. Uh-huh. Missing with the second half of TCS is such a mood. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I need more practice with that move. I tend to go for it a little too often. I would be better served just by going for level 1 draw slashes, honestly, and charging those. I need a lot more greatsword practice. It's one of the weapons I don't feel super well about in this game yet. Part of that's because I just don't know the monsters that well. Congrats on doing that, Syphonia, by the way. Oh my. Paco Paku, thank you. Thank you for the gift subs. That's very generous. Enjoy Connie Crescent, Gestalt, Wiz Biffson, Isaaco, and Pumpkin. Thank you, thank you. Let's Foog and go. I don't know what to say to stuff like that, except just thank you. Had to do it, well, cheers. I do usually say I hope you enjoy the streams just nearly enough to give money like that. So thank you. You aren't streaming your wedding? I'm streaming it for relatives on Facebook. I'll give you guys some pictures in the Discord when like after the wedding's over if you want. But I'm not going to be streaming it to Twitch. I do not need a bunch of Twitch emotes and lovelies hanging out in the chat of a wedding stream. Agreed, Katana. Thanks. Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to handle that. I also don't know if I'd ever be able to live that down. Have an awesome buffet. We're actually doing a potluck. We're having people bring different kind of foods that they'd like to eat and sharing them around. Which I know sounds Monka-esque with COVID, but there's gonna be like it's a big church. There's gonna be good spacing. Hey Ken. I am brewing coffee for folks though at my wedding reception, which I'm excited about. What denomination? I was raised Baptist. The church is... I don't even know what the church is, honestly. I don't really adhere to a particular domination, though. Or denomination, excuse me. Yes, potluck wedding, Frenchie. Goodbye, Roggy. Hi, Ken. How you doing tonight, man? How go your rise grinds? No, you did not. No, you did not. Precious stones. Particular denomination was what was supposed to be said there. Oh dear. Close enough. Oh god. No! Grind is kind of done to find something else to grind, which will be soon. Nice. I did my first bit of practice on Almudron earlier today, which felt good. I've been meaning to practice that fight for a while. I was just settling in to practice some Gossarog when I ran out of time. So we'll have to practice some more Gossarog some other time. We jumped over the poison shot. That was cool. I'm stuck. No. This is how you play Greatsword, right? You do the upswing a lot. I think people don't generally like him, Paku Paku. I really like him. I think he's cool. Practicing him today made me like him more. I think I missed the Roggy. Still have to make all the switch acts, make varied heavy bowgun sets, and get all the awards. Oh, you're going for all awards? That's cool. This might be the game I try that with. I haven't decided what game I want to do that for. Not a single true charge slash was landed that day. I lied. A single true charge slash was landed that day. Long end lag at the end of that move in this game. It's nice in Hub, you actually get to hunt the Rocky. Got him, that feels good. He's limping away. Okay, we're doing okay on time then. What, Uchi? Oh, you actually get to hunt the Ragi? Yeah. In low rank village, stuff just kind of dies, which is, I mean, I'm not upset about that. It just means that I actually get to pay attention to the Great Roggy's moves and like hunt it. Yeah. Oh god. Guess we're waking up with this. Sorry. Need to practice that. Got him. Close enough. Yeah, I think that needs to be there too, Biotech. You can't make stuff feel real beefy in low rank village and expect people to get into this complex, crazy game. Thanks, Mork. TCS wake up technically? Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay. Izuchi is coming right up here. Perfect. Hey, Izuchi. Don't look in the corner over there. There's nothing to see. Can you talk about the remote weapons? Yeah, they're really cool. Oh, it feels so weird to me not having a Vade extender. I guess I've been using too many weapons that have a Vade extender built in. I'm used to how it feels having it on the sets with the Wirebug vaults. Yeah, the designs are really cool. The Remobra gear. I don't understand how that move works in terms of like, sometimes when you let go too soon or something, and so you hit the ground all weird. I don't understand how that works. Too early on the tackle there. Did you have a rough day, Frenchie, or are you just tired out? Aw, bummer. Angani! Not bummer to Angani. Bummer to the missing the true charge slash. Hello, Angani and friends. Welcome, welcome. We're doing some low rank hub. How you doing, Angani? How was your stream tonight? Alright, we're gonna do monster battles all around, I guess. Bear. Yep, the bear is here. We're gonna beat up the bear just a little bit. We're hunting all 3 monsters in this quest. In low rank hub for a warm-up. Down to 1 more HR6 quest? That's not many, man. Making good progress. That's awesome. What were some of the standout challenges tonight? Was given charge blade? Oh yeah, Anjanath Mizu Zin in the arena. Whoa. I can't wait to do that quest. Wow. Uh-oh. I can't do my mounted Punisher? No. Aw, man. I got knocked down, so I couldn't do the finisher. Feels bad, man. Finisher. But yeah, welcome everybody from Angani's stream. The challenge we're doing is kind of similar to what Angani's doing, just no heal. So I'm just letting you guys choose my weapons as I play through. I have some stipulations for how I play in the game sometimes, but less strict. Had some close attempts, but couldn't quite get it tonight. You'll get it soon. I bet you're getting some good charge blade practice like that. Oh, he's going all the way up to 13? I will use fast travel for that. Nice, Credence. Sorry about that. If I could turn off the ads, I would. Twitch does not let me turn off the ads. Don't like Anjanath in Rise? I don't know if I have an opinion on Anjanath yet. I was never good at him in Monster Hunter World. Ooh, that's glitchy. Kill every large monster in each hunt. That sounds like a fun idea. He's still getting here, by the way. Got him. Feels good. I would the little Azuchis do their actions right after the big one does, to throw you off if you're trying to dodge the big one's actions. It's cool. Nope. He's got some scary moves in that they don't actually proc your knockback. Nice. Should cancel that with a tackle. Yeah, I never got good at World Anjanath. Anjanath doesn't seem as imposing in this game. That hit stop is nice. Oh, they got me. Hope he's tired out. All right, no worries, Aang. Rest well, and thank you for the raid. I'm glad you're running into some things that challenge you. If you didn't, it wouldn't be less fun, or it wouldn't be as much fun. I got you, Paco Paku. Yeah, the way it stalks around the ancient forest and world is truly imposing. It really, I don't know, that... You know how different monsters have sort of like canonical roles where it's like, even if they're in other games, like even if Anjanath's in this game, you're always going to remember him as stalking around that forest for the first handful of quests. You're like, oh gosh, the thing's huge. Kind of like Baroth is like, oh yeah, try Baroth Arena. Like that, it's just they're remembered for those appearances. Anjanath's always going to have that. Oh, the little Azuchi. I'm stunned. I believe Resuscitate will boost your damage when you have a Blight active, Ken. Different Blights proc it, though. For example, Bubbly Dance procs it if you have Bubbly Dance as a skill. So you can chain those two skills together for some synergy. Weashang, thank you for the follow. Thanks, Parsec. Ouch. Should have rolled. Yeah, that move, the wide sweeping slash has really wide knockback to it in this game. Whoops. Love how Izuchi also fall if you trip over Great Izuchi. I hadn't noticed that yet, actually. I really like the trip you get from it. Oh god. I didn't know you could even do that after a wide sweeping slash. That's neat. I really like the trip you get from knocking Izuchi's tail, or from tripping Izuchi's tail, rather. Good night, Commander Henkel. Where he gets sent flying. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I guess for anyone who's just coming in, what we're doing is we're soloing through all of low rank hub right now. For the last couple weeks, I've been working on low rank village, collecting weapons and practicing all the weapon classes so that I can do weapon requests properly, or at least with a little bit of practice, rather. What we're doing is as we go through low rank hub, I'm letting you guys choose the weapon matchup for each quest and trying to do that as best as I can. Charge from the charged sheath. What's the other great sword silkbind attack? I was just thinking about that. I haven't really used it. You charge in and do a strong charge slash. So you can do that. I haven't really used it much. I need to. All right, now where's our Arzuros? He's all the way down by the camp, so we'll probably fast travel down. Making use of that fast travel system. I should use that strong charge attack more often, but I just unlocked it recently, so it's not yet kind of in my front of mind yet. Want to know something funny? Got both the gems you needed today without the luck gear and food skills, even though you were checking out all the luck gear and food skills. That's funny. Do all weapons have guard points now? All melee? They did add them to quite a few weapons in the way of silkbind attacks or in the way of other mechanics, but no. Not all weapons. You have super armor during that? Thanks, Spazzing. It's probably nice as a gap closer where you can stay on the offensive, honestly. We'll try it out. We'll try and find a way to use it. Excuse me, try and find an opportunity to use it in this hunt. I think we're good on time, which is good. I'll take that trade. Oh, maybe I won't. I'm stunned. Nope, you cannot tackle the pin. It's good to know. Let's see what happens if we miss. Okay, he just tackles us. I was wondering if he had some special honey animation besides that one. Nope. How does the tackle work? While you're charging, if you press A, you get to tackle right through a move. I mistimed it there. It's something that was added in World Greatsword. It's nice. So while you're charging, if you tackle through something, you both skip a charge level. You get to your next kind of charge. Your next kind of attack. And you also can super armor through moves. Okay, there's a set distance to that move, huh? Do you take damage? You take a little bit of damage. It reduces the damage taken. It's kind of super armor, where you won't get flinched out of the move, but you do take a little bit of damage. There you go. See? I tackled that move. I could have tackled that, but no guarantees I would have been able to land the True Charge Slash afterwards. You retain the charge level when you tackle? Sort of. I'll show you what I mean in a minute. Greatsword has 3 different charge attacks that all come one after one another. When you tackle, you skip one. I think that concept is fairly new to Greatsword. Like, you had regular charge and strong charge, now you have True Charge Slash after both of those. And I'll show you what that means. Nice, Dog Crotchel. Ah. Oh. No. Stunned again. Okay, so let me explain Greatsword charges just a little bit. So you've got your regular charge level, right? As you hold it down, you have level 1, 2, 3, right? There are different attacks you can do. So you have your Draw Slash, 1, 2, 3. Then you can do a Strong Charge Slash, which is more damage, 1, 2, 3. And then added in World is one more, which is True Charge Slash, 1, 2, 3. This one does the most damage, which makes sense. It's at the end of the combo. When you tackle, you skip from level to the first to the second, all the way to that third version, the True Charge Slash, which is the most damage. So it changes how Greatsword plays a decent amount. World Greatsword relied pretty heavily on getting to that True Charge Slash at all costs. You do retain the third step, S-Fox. Yeah, it's not like you cycle back down to the first one or anything. I should have sharpened. We'll probably still be okay. Ah, no super armor. I have a lot to learn with Greatsword in this game. I feel pretty out of my depth with it. You can also aim your charges while you're charging them, which is bizarre. But useful in a game like this. It also does stun damage, as you can see there. So if you do enough of them, you can actually KO a monster with it. It feels really bad. You also do retain the previous charge level after a tackle on top if you do the new wide slash move. Love the new stuff they added. Let's try that. Yep, you do. So you can go into a True Charge Slash very quickly from a distance like that. I have no wire bugs. I'm going to get hit. Your eyes rolled just like that whiff swing. Mm-hmm, they did. I have some love for the old moveset Nico Gear. And I have some, like, I have a little bit of qualms about, like, a lot of weapons from 5th generation trying to, like, encourage players to skip over a large chunk of the moveset just to get to a finisher move, which True Charge Slash is kind of emblematic of. But, you know, like, if you just go for True Charge Slash, a lot of the time you're not going to be able to do that. So you still have to use Greatsword's moveset pretty effectively. I need to practice with that. It just feels weird to me sometimes is all. Dude, this thing pins a lot. That pin's usually a one-shot in the demo? Really? Arzuros did so much damage in the demo. Both y'all mentioned that, huh? I should have sharpened. Oh well, at least he missed too. Ooh, the big tackle. Nope. If you tackle, can you roll out to cancel charging? You can. I'm not used to that option. I think this game value does a good job of shaking that up a bit, where it still has those options, but some of them aren't quite as strong. Some of the crazy movement or options that allowed you to get to some of those finishers has been changed a bit. And they've also added a lot of new finishers, either through new combo chains or through the Silkbind arts. And so I feel like it adds a lot of good variety to the weapons movesets, where like even though the weapons movesets have a lot of moves and there are really strong finishers, it doesn't have as much incentive and quite as much freedom in some weapons cases to just get to that finisher over and over, which I like, I think. Whether it's I can't do my finisher because I don't have my wire bug, or I can't do my finisher because the movement doesn't allow me to anymore, just stuff like that. I'm sure it'll still be plenty crazy strong at the end of this game, especially with it being a high rank game and all, but I think they did good so far, in my opinion, of balancing most of the weapons movesets pretty well. Some weapons are pretty strong. Hey, Quill. Honestly, Skiffy's surreal, and I don't know how to properly thank folks. Got him. I'll take that trade. That wirebug skill is just so good after TCS, the quick sheath one? Yeah, it is. We don't know what they'll add. We don't know what all they'll add in updates. They could add new weapon balancing. They could change how things are balanced. They could change new wirebug. They could add new wirebug stuff. Who knows? Can do ZR XX if you pass the second attack of the combo. Hmm? Oh, right. Yeah. So what that is, that's guard, slap. Like this. Yeah. You can definitely do that. You can also get to that from a roll, I believe. If you got your weapon out, you can roll, press X, and you'll do a tackle, and then you can get straight to the strong charge version as well. Whoops. Thanks, Weedashang. I appreciate the tips for combos and stuff. Like, I didn't play all these weapons in World. I played some of them, or I played a little bit of them, but I need a lot of practice in this game. Perfect. Oh, not perfect. Okay, we're good. Never mind. I've had fun with all three types of gunlance so far. Once I got used to it, I actually do like all three kinds so far, I think. Feels poor. Hey, Fog. At least I hit it. What's the consensus on Switch Axe? Switch Axe? I don't know. I'm not at the end of the game, so I'm not totally sure what all the end game weapon balancing or end impressions of weapons in this game are. I'll draw my own conclusions when I get there, I think. Switch Axe. I feel like I'm not talking super well tonight. That's okay. Yeah, if I had to choose one type of gun lance right now, I'd probably choose long because it feels like it can do a little bit of everything, and I think that that's nice for combo variety and just fitting different things into different openings. But I really have enjoyed playing normal and wide so far as well. I was surprised. There's more variety to each of them than I thought. With a holster weapon, ZRXX, yep. And then you can tackle to get to the other one. I did it! Uh-oh. Hey, Yumu. Yep, I still need some practice with this weapon here. There we go. That was a pretty fun quest. I liked doing all 3 monsters. If we really wanted to stretch out our time in low rank hub, we could do that. I think we'll probably just do 1 or 2 of these a night. We may try and do a warm up with all 3 monsters and a cooldown with all 3 monsters, but then we'll try and just clear through like normal. That was 1 quest? That was indeed 1 quest, yeah. We took a nice long time warming up. It's nice you can do that. I hunted all 3 monsters. It was a chill time. It was a nice warm up. Lots of good greatsword practice. I need it, man. That's hub for you, I guess. Well, I mean, it's doing all 3 monsters, but yeah. Hub does take a little while longer, doesn't it? I'm happy about that. If I was slapping the hub stuff around too quickly, I'd be sad. Oh yeah, Yumu. I've gotten lost in a couple maps already. Oh, I didn't do it right. Oh well. That Arzuro's armor looks comfy. It's a hug in armor form. You could say that. We took an hour on 1 low rank quest. I guess not quite an hour. It was like 40 minutes. I'm down. All right, what's next? I think we have a small monster quest real quick to do before we move on to 2-star. Yep, we have 1 more 2-star quest today. A total of 20 Izuchi or Alteroth. Oh. Wait, was that simultaneous? It was. Paco Paku and Jack McBride, thank you guys for the gift subs, both of you. Thank you, that's very generous. That's freaky. Fate, first sub ever gifted. Well, that's very kind of you. Enjoy physical and enjoy Yumu. Updated sub alerts? Yeah, we have a couple different ones now. There's different sub alerts for all kinds of stuff now. I went pretty... I don't know if I went hard on the sound effects, but I changed out the Monster Hunter sound effects for fresh ones. Yeah, thank you both. That's very generous. What's the point after reaching the last high rank? I don't know. I'll have to see what there is for me to do. Oh no. There's a hype train. I just noticed that appeared. Oh, you missed your D&D podcast? I'm sorry, Ken. Today does not feel like a Wednesday to me either. I don't know what today feels like. What do you mean it didn't show? I didn't notice it at first. I didn't notice it at first, Schmeg. Hello, Ethan Maydrum. How you doing tonight? Called off work 6. You're up from a small nap. Wasn't very successful. I'm sorry to hear you're not feeling well. Oh, it didn't show? I'm sorry, Schmeg. No, it didn't show on my end here. Try opening and closing the stream again. It might give the option to reshare. Sometimes that little window to share your sub goes away and comes back randomly. I got you, Parsec. That's fine. It doesn't need to. So good. How's everyone tonight? I'm doing pretty well. Let's check out the Switch X design. I have not tried it out yet, even though we crafted it a while ago here. It's pretty cool looking. Magical Thief, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. This is cool looking. It's raw axe in axe mode, dragon and sword. That's cool. It awakens into dragon. I dig it. Hey, Magical Thief. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream tonight? We're doing a quick small monster quest, and then we're moving on to 2-star hub. Playing games and demos. What games and demos were you checking out? I'm sorry, Schmeg. Twitch does not like you, does it? What a bummer. Okay, small monsters. Games and demos, mysterious. I mean, if you're checking out lots of games and demos, it would save you from having to constantly change the category. Whoops. Whoa, that charged really fast because it was hitting multiple monsters. Thank you, Parsec. Enjoy Ginga Luna. Congrats, Luna, on the sub. Oi, Parsec, oi. Y'all really don't need to... Y'all do not need to give any money at all. And if you do, I hope it's because you are enjoying the stream a lot. Thank you, Jack McBride, and thank you, Parsec, both of you. Really like the Nargacuga fight in this game? Me too. Rebel without a cause, thank you for the bits. You're getting married, let us donate. That's been a weird part about like telling people I'm getting married too, not just you guys on Twitch, is like folks in general just want to give you things. I'm not used to that. Also, I'm moving in like a month, so I've been like, it's nice of you, but we don't need anything quite yet. Katana, thank you for the raid. It says Katana raided there. Thank you very much. Did you miss the announcement? I told folks a couple months back, but I'm getting married in 2 days. Thanks, Ethan. Y'all are too much. Y'all are really too much. Okay, let's see. Yep, 2 days from now. It's not long now. Soon y'all will get to see Annie on stream a lot more often. Congrats, Russ. Thank you. I've known the lovely lady for a long, long time. I've been looking forward to it, so I'm happy that we finally get to get married. Tell your old coffee job and get free beans. I already bought the beans. Bought some free beans for the wedding coffee. Or not free beans, I bought some beans for the wedding. What all do I have to kill for this quest? It's Izuchi and Alteroth, so I don't need those Jagras. No, I did not get free beans. Thank you, Jack McBride. Thank you, Ethan. Thank you, guys. I like I said last night, I don't have anything to say at a certain point except thank you. Thank you much. Any chance of Rise local multiplayer with Ethan? Yeah, we'll do that sometime soon. Okay. In a minute here, we'll get to see what we get to start off 2-star hub with. I had that happen earlier, Crystal. I cut an Elmwoodron's tail and I didn't get an Elmwoodron's tail. I was bummer. Or I was bummer? I was sad. Like I said, my English tonight, not super quality. Dude, that Izuchi. So slippery. I thought it was gonna fall off the cliff. That would have been cool. You love the word bummer, don't ya? I think I notice vocal tics, and I feel like I go through seasons of vocal tics almost, where I'll start using a word for a while, and then I'll use it too much, and I'll notice, and I'll stop using it as much. Oh my goodness, Schmeg, thank you. Thank you, Schmeg. And enjoy Tatsunoku, Thundi, Dreamerion, and Beepy Bobster. Schmeg was knows now. Yeah, now Twitch is fine showing Schmeg's messages. Frickin' Twitch. Good for you, Dog Crotchel. Congrats. Dude, I tweeted a Twitch support for Schmeg. I was like, dudes, help this man out. I don't think they helped him out. Thank you, Jack McBride. My God, y'all are just way too generous. You don't need to do this. Nobody needs to give any money. Just being here and enjoying the stream is all I ask of all of you. But thank you. Thank you, all of you. All right, 6 more. We can get some over here in 13. It's a strange day where you can get a gift sub, but not a Magnum Hollow Orb. Yeah, true. Congrats on 2K. We're not quite to 2K yet. Twitch kind of paginates it sometimes. We're at 1962 followers. I'm gonna do something special for 2,000 followers. Probably not a crazy novel stream, although maybe I could do that. But I think I'm gonna be doing another giveaway. I did a giveaway at 1,000 followers a little over a year ago, and I'm gonna do another one at 2. What was the giveaway for? Monster Hunter figures. I'll probably do that again. "12-hour stream with Ethan part 2. Oh God. So crazy. 1K seems so recent. It was a little bit ago. 24-hour stream sounds mad. I don't know if I ever want to do it. Jesus Christ. Paku, thank you. Thank you for the subs. My goodness. Thank you. I don't know what to say except thank you very much. You were very generous. Level 5 hype. It's crazy. I've never had that happen before last night, and now it's happening again. I don't know what to think. We should really do another 12-hour stream before you move away. Okay. We should do it with some variety. Some Tetris, maybe some Gungeon, some Monster Hunter. Maybe some chess if I get tired and you want to take over. Oh, it's stuck on level 2 for you? No, it got to level 5, Richie. Yeah, Frenchie, you are more than generous. Still don't even understand what a hype train is. It's something that Twitch designed to make more money, and it does benefit streamers too, where basically it kind of gives a little timer for events like giving bits and giving subs. And the more you give, the more it levels it up. People get emotes from it. Gives a little timer like, keep donating before this point, so it goes up. You agree completely and you say we start earlier. You don't want to stream all the way through the night, Ethan? Oh, Yumu, I have not fought G-Rank Fatalis in 4 Ultimate. I'm saving that for another time. But I did do some high-rank Fatalises. I soloed high-rank Village Crimson and high-rank Hub Black Fatalis. Yeah, that sounds good, Ethan. Oh my god! Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Harurush. It's just hype. At this point, yep, it is just hype. Thank you. All right. You're gonna make Rist stop the stream so he can count all his money? No, we're not doing that. What we are gonna do. No, I can't do that, Uchi. Insanity. Thank you guys. I don't know what to owe that to except thank you. I hope you're enjoying the streams a lot. You don't need to give money, but it's very, very generous of you guys to do so. Thanks. It's so cool to you seeing you up at the top rows of Monster Hunter Rise. It's surreal. Last time there was a new game, we got buried. So it feels good that people are getting to see the stream this time. What we are gonna do, we're not gonna stop the stream. We're gonna be playing a hunt. We're gonna be hunting a Bishiten. Yeah, we're not doing that, Ken. I mean, I get that, Paco Paco. It's still just surreal to me. Someday I want to, like, I don't know, it feels weird to me because I know that I play Monster Hunter for you guys every night, and I put a lot of time into it. I'm glad you guys are here to watch, but I don't particularly, like, this content is fun and good, and I'm glad you guys like it, but I want to do more someday. I want to try and write intelligent things about Monster Hunter, and to me, like, that's content that's, like, worth paying for. So someday when I write stuff, then I'll feel good about asking you guys to support me or support the stream. Until then, or until I do this full time, I don't know. It just feels really, really overwhelmingly generous. So thank you. But yeah, if you want to choose my weapon for the next Bishiten hunt here, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. Lore videos would be really cool. I don't know if I'd do a lore video. I would probably try and write things about how the design of the game has changed over time, or try and write some things that succinctly describe what makes each entry so unique. Because they are quite unique and worth trying, and they're all quite interesting. Sinner Low, thanks for the follow. Welcome. I just don't know when I'm going to do that. It's really not that overwhelmingly generous from your point of view. You help a lot more than you seem to think. Well, I'm glad I can get to share Monster Hunter with folks. I just think that just being here is enough for me, honestly. Just hanging out and chatting with me about Monster Hunter is all I want to ask from you guys right now. Someday if I do this full time, or someday if I try and put more time into, like, evergreen content like that, stuff that's in depth and more, like, editorial and thought out, I'll probably ask for money then, but I don't ask for money now, so thank you. Thanks, Katana. Game discussion is interesting to you? You'd like to see that? I'd like to watch that, or I'd like to do it too. Humble Rist is humble. Well, I mean, I'm not going to be like I don't know. That's who I am. I'm not going to be out here like, oh yeah, you should give me money. No, it's just not me. No, Jack McFried, no. I don't even know how that works. I don't want you to do that, but I also don't know how that works, right? I don't know, like, can you start a hype train right after another one? Let's not find out. Oh, you must be from Aang Stream Center. Welcome. Angani stream is awesome too. Can you act intentionally sleazy for a second? That's clickbait. Do it. What would being sleazy be? I don't know. I don't want to do anything bad on stream. It's not me. I guess the stuff that would strike me as most sleazy, I mean, like, you can say some awful stuff on stream. I'm not gonna do that. Cheddar's a pretty good redeem. Do the cheddar bit from Shep stream. I'm not gonna try and ape Shepherd. I can't pull that off. Shepherd is their own special enigma, and I cannot replicate that. But saying stuff like, I'm a veteran hunter. I've been playing all the games, and I'm the best at all the weapons in the game. You got a question? I'll show you the answer. Right here, this is the only place you need to be for Monster Hunter content. Don't go anywhere else. That would be sleazy. There's your clip. Enjoy the clip. All right, last call for that weapon raffle. You could just quote Frenchie. Clip it and ship it, boys. No, that ain't me.
This is beans.
Do you have at least 3,000 hours in every game? Hell no. The most I have in one game is a little over 1,000 in 4 Ultimate, and that took me over a year to get. Got secondhand embarrassment. That's why I didn't go too hard into it. I didn't do it for too long. That's all you get for now. I do not celebrate. That's a lie. Hello, Owls NPC. Welcome. All right, we're going to finish this weapon raffle here. Tatsunoku, what would you like me to use for Bishiten? You can pick any of these 14 weapons. I'll try. Have 3,000 hours even passed since the first demo? That's a good question. Hammer. All right, let's get it. I think I'll keep that. I'm gonna keep that that point of focus on our armor set. You definitely have more than 1,000 hours in many games? No, it's not true. I mean, maybe a little bit, but no, there's only 2 Monster Hunter games that come close, Ethan. Free Me Night, I have nearly 1,000 hours. I have like 950. And then 4 Ultimate, I have just over 1,000. I have like 1,100 or so. And those 2 are the most. I have several hundred hours in other ones, but like across the series, I'm getting pretty close to 3,000 hours. But like just now, I'm getting close to 3,000 hours across the series. I'm a little over 2. I was very surprised when you saw you had 1,000 for you, as in you thought that was too low or too high? I've added them up on stream a couple times. It's a little over 2,000 at this point. Although, no, I guess it's not a little over 2,000. It's probably pretty darn close to 3 now. Which is a lot, but I've also been playing Monster Hunter for like, I thought about this the other day. Generations came out in like 2015. I've been playing Monster Hunter for like 5 or 6 years now, so I guess that's a little while. Okay, Bisha 10. Let's look at his impact hit zones. I mean, I'm imagining it's his tail and his head, but let's take a look. All right, Bisha 10 is weakest to impact on his head and not his tail. Well, I guess his head and tail, but mostly his head. Wings and hind legs are okay. Torso and forelegs are bad. He's weak to fire and ice, so it's nice that we have a fire hammer here. Yeah. Yep, I've played more 4 Ultimate than I've played Free Me Night now, Frenchie. We played a lot of 4 Ultimate last year. Hey, Nefudis. Hasn't tail always been a bad impact zone? Depends on the monster. Something like Tetsukabra, the tail's a great impact zone. It varies from monster to monster. All right, enjoy, Ken. Enjoy your D&D VOD and just rest well. Eat well, rest well. How you doing, Nefudis? We're having a good night. We warmed up with a triple monster quest, and now we're starting to clear our way through 2-star hub. We'll probably have to start upgrading the gear we're using here in a moment. We have upgraded gear in the boxes. I dropped myself down to HR1 style gear. Movement so crisp and rise, it is. Who's going to Taco Bell in midnight? Dude, Taco Bell is a late night place to me. I'll actually get to get used to Bishaten's movement now in the hub. The gun barrel spins during charge. Yep, it's done that for a couple games. But it looks really nice in this game. I'm so glad this hammer's in here. Last time you saw Gunhammer was in Try. It's been in a few games since then. It's a classic. Ooh, got me. How are you finding the hub scaling? Really nice so far, Nefudis. We've only done 1 star in hub, so I was fighting stuff like Great Izuchi and Ragi and stuff like that. But it felt like I actually got to fight those monsters. It wasn't like they just fell over and died. So I really like it so far. So this is really going to be one of the first times I pay close attention to Bishaten's moveset, because I'll have to fight it for a little while. That's true of most food, though, Skiffy. Most places, if you work someplace with food, you get tired of it pretty quickly. I got scared. Hard to hit his head. In true monkey fashion. Never mind. Froggy, don't you dare. Don't do it. Don't do it. You know what? You can do that. That's fine. That Ragi saved you? I don't think so. Can you turn off the damage HUD? Yes, Robert Roast. Or Robert Ross, excuse me. I have it turned off right now. Had no idea. Yep, it's an option in the menu. There's a lot of really nice options in this game. If you haven't checked out the options menu, it's a high quality options menu, I would say. Love the wet fur and scales. Sometimes it looks a little weird on some monsters, I think, but it is a nice touch. What is the cool thing, Morg? Oh, okay, the other Ragi stopped him? I didn't realize. Thanks, other Ragi. I thought he was going to charge at me. I was kind of going for a big read there. Morg sounds so much like Mark. Hey, Remington, how's it going tonight? It's going well. It's been a nice night. We are soloing our way through 2-star hub now. We just finished 1 star. Ow. Oh, whoops. I thought I switched into courage mode. I did not. Hello, Locomo. How you doing? Mons notice you from so far away when in their nests to sleep, but will wander around with you in zone mid-hunt. It is kind of weird, isn't it? Do you like rampages? I like them in multiplayer. I haven't done very many of them single player. I am meaning to do more of them. Oh, he's going way into the middle of the map. Okay, we'll follow him. Absolutely love the tech Hammer has in Rise. It feels awesome. Did you say there's a cool thing I could do, Morg? I missed if you replied. I'm sorry. He's off grabbing fruits. Could be. Oh, I can't grab any more nullberries. Okay. When you do a level 3 spin into golf swing, yep, you go into the Big Bang Fisher. Yeah, I love that. Someone else told me about that a couple days ago, and I was like, no way. Or actually, I think I saw it on Viotech's stream. And I was like, no way. The two best combos together as one? I was pretty excited about that. Okay, he's up in that clearing over here. Started playing with the map off yesterday. I like it. I will probably keep it for the foreseeable future. Is there any weapon you haven't tried yet? Nope, we've tried all 14. I've collected weapons for all 14 in Village. We spent 2 weeks in low rank Village. And now here I am in Hub, and we're starting to solo our way through Hub. Alright, cheers, Digit Artist. Aerial charges follow up into different attacks with X2. Maybe not encourage mode. I'll have to play around with it, Fog. Thanks. Oh, okay. Well, that wire bug art does not protect you from flashes. It's good to know. Just finished soloing 3-star hub. Nice. I'm looking forward to getting there as well. Gotcha, fish kebab. That makes sense. I think that's how it's been since 4th gen. 4th gen had those same options off ledges. Oh boy, the spin. Aw. The other spin. Ugh. He's cool. Okay. I don't think we're going to be able to wait for a wire bug to charge up. I was going to do the big ol' wire bug attack. I guess since that hits multiple times, it wouldn't really do that good for us. Should have just done a golf swing or something. Or a super pound, rather. Ooh, a nice dunk there. We'll take those. Whoops. I'll take that trade. What's the difference between purple and yellow states for the hammer? So normally, by default in the game, you get a blue move set. It's not purple. Well, it's like bluish purple, and it's just more damage. It has slightly different moves. This is called Courage style hammer, where when you switch over to blue now, When you're charging, you'll only charge up a strong version of your first move, your first charge move here. So you have to chain them together instead of charging it up to a super pound. So instead of just, here, I'll compare. Instead of just, hang on, I screwed this up. Instead of just, instead of charging up 1, 2, 3, and then getting your super pound, which is how it usually works, when you're in courage mode, you charge, and then you get your level 1, and then you charge, and you get your level 2, and then you charge, and you get hit. And it would have been a level 3, and then all 3 of those are boosted. All 3 of them get multi-hits, so they're really good for element, and they're really good for status, because it hits multiple times and applies element or status multiple times. Does that make sense? If not, I can explain it now that he's left the area. Bisha 10 messing up my explanations. Where are the damage numbers? I have them turned off, Valian. I use them when I'm trying out a new Switch skill, or I use them when I'm practicing something in the training area, but I turn them off in the normal hunts. I like referring to the hunter's notes, like this. Pulling up Bisha 10's hit zones like this and seeing what I should be hitting like this. And then just kind of focusing on the hunt. I don't think there's anything wrong with having the damage numbers turned on. It's just a personal thing, but when I have them turned on, I feel like I'm always like a little bit distracted. There's like a lizard part of my brain that's like big numbers and just like focusing on the numbers, and I feel like I don't focus in quite as much. Yeah, if y'all still want to see in the training room after this, I'll show you how the courage mode works for Hammer. I like it. It's an interesting. I think it comes from Valor Hammer in GU, I think. So I'm gonna wait and charge up that charged version of the level 2, and then do the same thing with the level 3 here. Aw, poor Bisha 10. Makes me sad when it covers its face like that. There we go. Golf swing into big bang. So good. All right, see ya, Jack McBride. Again, you are too kind for the gift subs and everything. Thanks for hanging out here, and I hope you rest well. $15 Anja plates, DeSantis? Dude, gimme. He went back up to the other area. But yeah, Hammer feels really nice in Rise. There's opportunities to use its normal moves. There's opportunities to use its new big wire bug moves. There's opportunities to use Big Bang, but Big Bang's not quite as strong as it was in Worlds. Just feels like it's in a good place in general. There are some monsters where waiting around in Courage style is difficult and doesn't make as much sense, and there are other monsters where waiting around in Courage style makes a lot of sense. Look at that movement. What a cool monster. Bofongo, save me. No. Too slow. Is this monster new to this game? Yes, this is Bisha 10. He is cool. He can fly, he throws fruit or persimmon fruit, and he uses his tail like this. He's really neat. One of the traits of the newer Monster Hunter games is they give monsters a lot of attacks to up the difficulty. It's not just that they move fast or they hit hard, but also they have lots of different options, and the animations are not always super, like, the animations all have clear tells for the most part for many of them. But they're all similar enough and smooth enough that you really have to pay attention to learn the tells of the fight, and it's pretty compelling. That's what makes new Monster Hunter tick, I think, is having that fidelity of control and fidelity of animation and number of moves from new monsters to really make it a good challenge to figure out what's going on. That gives you something to work at with. That gives you something to work at with your new movesets, with the weapons. Who has eaten persimmons? I have not eaten persimmons before. Here, hang on, let me change that. There you go. Tangy, actually. Ooh, got followed up on. Hello, Anesthetized, welcome. Oh, the frames. Oh, the frames. There's too much alpha. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, game. You tried. Have you fought most of the monsters with the exceptions of the high rank final boss ones? Yeah, I haven't fought anything from high rank. I haven't fought any Apex monsters. But I fought everything in low rank. Yeah, I've done everything in low rank village up until the urgent to high rank hub. So we've done all that content in village, and we've practiced some of the fights, and we've ground up some of the equipment. A decent amount of equipment for all the weapon classes, actually. Now we're going to solo our way through high rank hub, which should be, or sorry, through low rank hub, which should be a decent challenge before we head to high rank and solo through high rank as well. So we're really taking our time. We are savoring the game truly. Okay, he's over by the pyramid now. There's an extra wire bug here. I'm looking forward to trying it, Uchi. Grapefruit lovers out here? Not me, sorry. I'll have a little bit of grapefruit juice, or like I'll have something that tastes like grapefruit occasionally, but I'm not really a fan of the flavor. Whoops. Just a second too soon. I was standing there mashing A like a dummy. Bonk. Hey, we dunked him out of the air. That's kind of cool. Oh. Hang on. Oh well. Whatever, that's good enough. So fancy. Oh. Oh, you can poison him. That's cool. Oh, I screwed it up again. Or I took too long, and so I didn't get a finisher. Oh well, whatever. Bishop 10 is off to just the opening clearing. Got poisoned. Oh. Better nerf Greninja, please no. He was my main in Smash 4. I wasn't good, but he was my main. Don't nerf him. He's already dead. Too late? Yeah, it is too late. Nope, okay, I'm not fast enough to keep up with that. Yeah, he is pretty cool in Ultimate, it's true. Drag down up airs. Dude, the footstool combos in Smash 4 were so cool. I was never good enough to do anything like that, but drag down combos were super fun to pull off. Watching I Studying play Greninja, good stuff. Like people who are actually good at Greninja, so cool. Some of the Japanese players too. Smash is like the one thing that I watch as sort of a sport, so I've missed it a lot over the last year or two. I'm sure other folks have missed it as well, including the competitors, of course. Thump. 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 Wire bug. Just notice you have the minimap and icons turned off. I just don't even like the icons there. The icons, I know they tell you when the monster's ready for capture, which I don't personally like, but they just take up space for me. It's like I can just, you can still click the stick and you can still see them to like change your target camera. And then the map I just turned off a day ago, mainly just because it takes up a lot of space. And like I only really need to see it when I'm checking where the monster's heading off to next. It is helpful for gathering though. Avalion, welcome. Actually, how should I pronounce your name? Avalion, Avalion? Get that big bang, come on. Ooh, yeah, okay. Gonna do it again. Ting. That combo is so cool. I've thought about it, Uchi. I wish I could play with the wire bug display off because they're kind of large, but I don't think I'd be able to keep track of them, and they're really important. I guess I haven't tried yet. Maybe it's easier than I think to keep track of your wire bug usage without them. Avalon. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. That makes it a lot easier. Avalon, thank you for the follow. Oh, I thought there was an I in there. I'm sorry. I can't read, apparently. Can't talk and can't read tonight. Yeah, so like I only really need to check the map when he's moving like this. I can see he's ready for capture there, which I knew because he limped off. It helps to... I wouldn't have been able to do this when the game first came out. Now that I know my way around the maps a little better, it's a little easier for me to do this. And I like it. I like not having stuff cluttering the screen. It's cozy. It also makes me actually learn the routes around the map because I'm not constantly looking at a mini-map. That feels good too. The cooldowns being different durations would be very tough to keep track. You'd have to really be listening for the little dings, the little sound effects when they reappear. And I don't trust myself to do that. I wish there was a smaller, less obtrusive version of the wire bug display. Like maybe over in the corner and slightly less small. Or slightly less large, excuse me. Alright, good night, Ethan. I'll see you tomorrow, friend. Whoops. Ah, I was swinging for it. What are we wearing tomorrow? Whatever, Ethan. Nothing special. Thanks for asking. Parachutes? We're not wearing parachutes tomorrow. Oh, he did not sleep over here. He slept up top. I did not pay close enough attention. These maps are so cool. Like... I'm not over this game yet. Alright, good night, Crystal. You rest well as well. This is way far off. Here, let's try that again. For a gathering set, Skiffy? Yeah. Maybe I'll add deviants or subspecies soon. I would imagine they'll save big things like that for like a G rank expansion, but we'll see. I have no idea. I think we'll get a good idea of what the support for this game will be like once the first update drops. So let's wait and see. Oh god. All right, whatever. We're going in. And we missed. Bonk. 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 Firebug. That's going to be an interesting kill screen, I think. He just exploded with fruit. That was fun. 25 minutes, though. I think it's time to get us a little bit better armor. Oh, totally. Yeah, absolutely. If I miss a question of yours, please feel free and post it. I always feel badly. Okay, I see it now, Avalon. So how does hub work? Is the 4-player version of the monster or the 2-player? Is there a difference? Hub in this game scales for all 4 players, so it's going to be more HP always than Village. Village is always scaled kind of lower down for single player. Hub, even when you go in solo, it's still scaled for single player, but it's going to be a little higher up. And then every person you add, it dynamically adds or subtracts more. You can even have 4 players join, and then if one person leaves, it'll dynamically go down to 3 or 2 or 1 player, whatever. So it dynamically adjusts as you go. Even I've done multiplayer in low rank, and the scaling feels pretty good. We're even in a group of people where we're bringing decently strong gear for low rank. They didn't like just constantly flinch and die. I'm sure if you were rocking total endgame gear and you were all just balling out, they'd probably die pretty quick. But it still felt like a nice hunt. Things lasted like 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, which is my sweet spot for a multiplayer hunt, I think. Any faster than that, it feels a little bit unsatisfying to me. Yes, exactly, Avalon. That didn't used to be a thing. In the old games, especially before World, well, obviously World didn't have hub, but before World, whenever you did hub, it was like actually scaled for around 3. There was only 1 scaling. It wasn't like there was any like dynamic scaling like that, depending on how many players you had. So hub quests were usually for somewhere between 2 and 3 people. So you were doing that much work when you were doing solo, which was kind of rad. I missed that personally, but this hub scaling doesn't feel too soft, at least not so far, which is good. It's still a challenge for one person, at least, I think. Okay, what's next? The Way of the Pookie is what's next. So, if you'd like to choose my weapon for Pookie, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. What that does is it puts your name into a hat. I'm going to draw someone's name out of that hat, and that person gets to choose what weapon I use for the next hunt, so feel free and do that. Let's see here. Before that, only problem with multiplayer in this game is the visual clutter. Yeah, both the Affinity crit builds kind of are pretty flashy. You can turn down the hit effects in the settings if it bothers you that much, but it'd be nice if there was like an in-between. I have people leave behind their dogs and cats when we're doing multiplayer in this game because it gets really visually busy and kind of crazy. Let me go and go by the Buddy Plaza real fast, check in on our stuff there. Oh, and we should also stop by the store for the sale. Try and hit that lottery. And thank you guys for being here. I think we need some new trainees. How many? We need 3 new trainees. Okay. Who would like a dog named after them? All right, Lord Castellian and Remington. 1 second. Lord Castellian, which one of these dogs would you like to be? Same with you, Remington. Which one of these dogs would you like to be? The red one's neat looking. Okay. Okay, 1 second here. See if I have enough spaces here. The keyboard on the Switch UI feels good when you're in like a Switch menu, but then when you're in a game, it feels really laggy and bad. Okay, we got a new doggo. Can't use special symbols, right? I don't think so. Yahoy! Okay. Who would like a cat named after them? I'm taking two folks, the first two folks. Biggie and Quill. All right. Biggie, what kind of a cat would you like to be? Same thing. Quill, what kind of a cat would you like to be? We have assist cat, fight cat, and gathering cats here. That means you're already in Fish Kebab. Don't worry about it. All right. Biggie wants to be a gathering cat. Make you a fighter? Okay. Too tired for this? No worries, you're good. Stream Elements is weird. It's not you. It's not you. It's not you, Fish Kebab. Speaking of which, last call for that weapon raffle. If you want to pick my weapon for a Pookie quest in the hub, go ahead and type !ticket. Hello, Major Guns. Okay, we have some new chat members to train up. Hey, look at that. Perfect timing. There we go. Get to training, folks. Rare bones, rare herbs, rare fish. Let's do rare fish. Off they go. Kettle. I like that emote, Parsec. Hope you're doing well tonight, Major Guns. We're having a good time. We're clearing our way through 2-star hub. Pookie is next up here. All right, one more moment here. We're gonna draw that weapon raffle winner. How's the hub going so far? It's going pretty good. Stuff takes a little while, and I like that. It means I really get to actually see the monster's moves Village, it feels like you kill things so quickly that oftentimes you don't really get to see what their moveset's like. Oh, I forgot to go by the trader, didn't I? I did. Sorry. Izuchi scroll. Nice. Fought 20 Izuchi. Okay, we're gonna close this raffle. The rod. What would you like me to use for Pookie Pookie? What kind of weapon would you like to see? Is ours a 2-syllable word? Hours. Hours. So ours, O-U-R-S, is 1 syllable. I think ours would be 2 syllables, yeah. IG, please? Sure, let's do it. All right, need a middle-of-the-road insect wave that's not too strong. Rathian should probably be good. Although we could do, yeah, let's use this Hortodent. And then let's equip an assist bug. So I like the assist bug. And we're gonna switch our armor out. Okay. Now, what armor should we be using now? I want stuff that has a little bit of damage skills on it, but nothing too crazy for this point in hub. We could probably mix and max some peaches. Some pieces. Oh my goodness. I cannot talk tonight. Hunter would probably be good. That'll be decent for now. Peaches, 3rd grade risk. I can't talk tonight, man. Don't know what's going on. All right, so this gives us attack boost 2, stun res 2, quick sheath, item prolonger, and wirebug whisper. That's pretty nice. All right. Maybe you're tired, drink some water. I just had some water. 21 defense. I cannot believe 2,000 hours have passed. Still can't use bowguns. It's for your guild card? I love it, Uchi. Is there space enough for a haiku? That's amazing. Do it low heal? So not no heal, but low heal parsec? You're saying no megas? Meow. No megas? Okay. I'll try. I'll probably still gather some herbs if I need to, but no get out of jail free card there. Should be interesting. Oh, I forgot to go buy the frickin'... You just reminded me, Skiffy. I just forgot to go buy the store for the sale. Whoops. Oh, we're in the Sandy Plains. That's cool. What switch skills do I have up right now? Leaping slash, tornado slash. I think I want the other one. Actually, you know what? I think if I go for advancing round slash, I'm gonna get killed. So let's not do that. Got some decoration? Nice. Where is Pookie? Pookie is underground. Okay. Oh. There he is. A little hop. Whoops. So trash with this weapon? Well, if you have any questions, I can try and answer them. I like Insect Wave. I don't think defense influences poison damage, so at least that's good. What does the colors and the numbers mean? The numbers are not important. Basically, each buff there that you get off the monster comes from a different part. If I shoot his wings, whoops. If I shoot his head, I'm gonna get, normally you just get one extract. Those are extracts. You only get one extract per part usually. I'm using a special Kinsect that grabs 2 at a time. Basically, once you grab the extract and you have your bug come back to your body, you get a buff. Red buffs your attack, white buffs your movement, and orange buffs your defense, or yeah, basically your defense, although they have different buffs associated with them. Red adds special combos to your moves. White increases your movement speed and meshes with the other ones. And kind of activates the other ones. You need one other color and white to get the active effects of the boosted effects, sort of. There's some nuance to it, but essentially, red boosts your attack and opens up your combos. White increases your movement speed, and orange, I believe, increases your defense and also gives you minor earplugs. Insect Wave mains, feel free and chime up in the comments with anything that I just missed out. They're a big part of Insect Wave. Without using those, your combos are really dumpy. Like, if you don't get red buff, your combos don't hit nearly as much. The moves actually change without red buff. You always want to be fighting with the red buff up. If you don't have the red buff, your first step is to get it. Okay, goodbye, Pookie. There. I wanted to come up here to sharpen. Pookie went up. Small defense, earplugs, and a low level of super armor during attacks. That's what orange gives. Thank you, Parsec. Dude, Parsec is a wealth of knowledge. Thanks for being here, Parsec, and sharing your wealth of knowledge. They are well-read, well-researched. Orange gives earplugs in this game? Yep. In World, it didn't, but in this game, it does. It did in 4th gen. Whoop, too close. Whoop, so you can see my combos are dumpy now. Look, I only hit once. My combos are kind of slow and dumpy. I don't do nearly as much damage because I don't have red buff. And I grab the red buff. We gotta get white buff to kind of make them all gel together here. There we go. Now we're jamming again. It's okay. Anybody in the chat who has experience with weapons really helps me out. I'm glad I can teach like people if they have questions about things that I know about, but I'm also super grateful that y'all hang out and teach me about things too. That is one of my absolute favorite things about getting to meet so many people who play Monster Hunter is you just get to experience just a wealth of opinion and knowledge and experience. It's awesome. I feel very lucky. Oh, I thought he was doing the other tongue move there. The IG looks cool. This is the Hornitar IG. It is cool. Gotta time that better. When I see that movement coming, gotta time it so I can hit it once it pops out. See if we can stagger him. I have yet to do that. Nope, a little too early there. You could spoil you now with the switch skills. I can show you them. The switch skills are not that great with Insect Wave. Some of them are better than others. Though, like the default ones especially are not amazing. You've got a big jump and you've got like a Kinsect Recall evade, essentially. Hey Dark Tyranno. It's good to see you. Also, hi Bina Bina, huh? Yeah, so one of them is just this. Big old jump that leads into your aerial combo. The other one is you do a little hop back, which is actually a pretty decent evade, and you get a little bit of healing from your Kinsect. I should try and use that one more often. It'd be neat to get to use that in combat. How you doing, Dark? Have you been playing this game? Bouncing on literally everything just makes you sad. Yeah, that's rough. They've made it a little easier. More weapons have more moves with super arm, or have a Mind's Eye built in. Even weapons that historically had a rough time with it, like Dual Blades or Lance, have it better in this game. Gosh, this map is so, so, so pretty. I like this game so much. Do you think they make all the DLC upgrades free? I think that they will do a large expansion you have to pay for instead of making a separate game for the expansion, but I think there will also be lots of free updates as well. I think it's fine, the EJC. I've done just a couple hub quests so far. I haven't done any high rank yet, so I'm not sure. But in low rank, it seems fine. It seems like the monsters are just beefy enough where you actually get to fight them. It's not like they just instantly die like in Village. You have plenty of healing items, especially with being able to restock at the camp and getting multiplayer supply items. You're set. If you're really going to get trounced by a monster, like if it's really aggressive and you're getting hit a lot, you might start running a little low on healing, but you should be fine. Shield Bash or Drill Slash for Sword and Shield. I hear Shield Bash is better for Raw. Drill Slash is better for Element, just in terms of how many times it hits. Shield Bash does a lot of KO in this game. A lot of KO. Way more than it did in old games. Oh, did I say that, Biggie? I'm sorry. I was trying to reply to your question about DLC updates, and then I guess I replied to another question afterwards. Been playing it mostly using your good old Charge Blade. Gotta love that cannon fodder emote, dude. Nice. Oh, I wanted to stagger it so bad. Give me it! No, I screwed up the direction of the aiming. Ugh. It's quite the tongue there, Pookie. Uh-oh. I feel like the tongue had more range in World for that move. Can you cut its tongue? No, you can't cut. Or at least I don't think you can cut its tongue. That would be super metal. I think they added the tongue hit zone specifically because of that attack where it shoots his tongue out. And it's a really good hit zone, I believe. Let's take a look at it real quick. The tongue hit zone. is a 95, which is massive, massive for any hit zone to be. So I think there's probably a stagger tied to it, and you can probably, if you hit it with the right timing, I bet you'll stagger him pretty easily. Got pretty frustrated with Charge Blade in high ranks. You've been sticking with Insect Wave for a while now. Nice. I hope you've been enjoying IG. IG feels really homey to me because it hasn't switched that much, or hasn't changed that much since its inception, which is kind of comfy. It's nice playing a weapon and going, this doesn't feel weird to me. I'm not upset by some of the changes. Like, this is just a weapon I know and like. How quickly do tails despawn? I don't know that they despawn at all in this game. Small monster corpses despawn pretty quickly, but stuff like tails and large monster corpses, I don't think leave at all. Could Pookie do his poison attack with his tail stump after cutting in World? I don't think so. In this game, it changes it where like just a little bit of poison comes out. I bet you can still get poisoned by it, but not very much. Whoops. Get him! The tongue! Get him! Tongue versus tongue. Dude, Volvadon's tongue or Pookie's tongue? Do you have a tongue hit zone, Volvadon? Oh no. Didn't think so. Showing him the might of my tongue hit zone. That's right. Taste my wrath. Where's Pookie going? Pookie's going underground, okay. Hey, Baroth. It's okay, Parsec. See, look, it leaks out just a little bit. Way less poison comes out once his tail's cut, so like it doesn't really work as well anymore. I feel kind of bad for having cut it off. I like how long this fight's taking. Like, it feels good to fight a version of Pookie where, like, it's actually dying. Or, like, it's actually fighting, excuse me, wow. I really, really can't talk tonight. It's actually fighting back. We actually have time to appreciate its moveset. Isn't there a dive bomb ground stab with Insect Wave? In World, it's built into the moveset, or in Iceborne, it's built into the moveset. In this game, it's a switch skill. I haven't unlocked it yet. Talking, nopers, hunting, yes. Hunting nodders. Hey, Turnip. He gets a lot more poison attacks in this game than he did in World. Like, he has a lot more options to throw out poison gas. What's good? We're having a great time, Turnip, tonight. We're having a really nice time. As I struggle to speak yet again. I don't think Pookie's ugly. I think Pookie's cute. I like Pookie quite a bit. I'm glad he's back in this game. He's weird looking, but I like him. Pookie does deserve love. You know what? Pookie deserves love. And that's Insect Wave. I like Insect Wave. Maybe so, Bina Bina, huh? I don't know. I always feel better about capturing a monster instead of killing it. I know I probably shouldn't, but helps me sleep a little better. Capturing those Kechawacha. Alright, the flooded forest. It's utter chaos. Our couriers are under attack from a royal Ludroth and its mates. Mates, as in females, by the way. Not wait, that doesn't even... Look, we don't even need you to hunt that... God darn it, I can't read. Wait, that doesn't even... Look, we just need you to hunt that royal Ludroth ASAP. That's a funny quest description. You're welcome, the Rod. Thanks for requesting it. Alright, next up, Ludroth. I'm ready to fight like a 15-minute Ludroth. That makes me happy. So, if you'd like to choose my weapon for Royal Ludroth, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. You know what, Parsec? I'm gonna leave Megas down for... I'm gonna leave Megas back for now. I don't need them. This is the armor set we're gonna use for a lot of Blade Master stuff, I think. I guess we'll probably just use it for Blade Masters or Gunners. We might just swap in one point of Evade Extender if we need it. Hello, IRB Goodja. Welcome to you. How you doing tonight? I'm choosing my weapon right now for a Royal Ludroth quest. We're going our way through low rank hub at the moment. I forgot to look at the Bishitan quest clear screen earlier. That makes me sad. Eating some chicken nuggets and mashed potatoes. That sounds very tasty indeed. I had some McDonald's for dinner. It was pretty okay. Alright. Last call for that weapon raffle. If you want to pick my weapon for Royal Ludroth, go ahead and type !ticket there. Whew. Excuse me. Tired. Got a couple more hours to go though. I like this stream. I like this game. Okay. Lord Castellian, what would you like me to use for Royal Ludroth? Hub theme is a bop. What's it gonna be? Suppose Charge Blade might be fun. Let's do it. Let's see. This looks about right in terms of damage. 100 raw with some green and some fire. The fire is going to be strong on Ludroth, but we'll have to work for it, I guess. All right. Off we go. My god, DeSantis. Ridiculous. Especially with like the hub supplies for healing, you really don't need the Mega Potions with you. Or at least I feel like I don't need the Mega Potions with me. So I'm gonna probably leave those Mega Potions behind, focusing on trying to play a little safer. The Mega Potions let you heal out of a lot of situations in low rank. Are you making every weapon and armor? I chose a lot of weapons to make because I like having different elements available or different designs. Like, partially it was based on function, like I made a lot of weapons because I wanted a good elemental weapon of that kind. Other ones I just made because I love their design from using it in past games, or it's a cool new design and I just want to have it. So we spent a lot of time in Village both practicing each of the weapon types and collecting a good chunk of weapons like that. Okay, we're hunting Ludroth. Ludroth is over here. We might pick a weapon tree to craft all of a weapon towards the end of the game, but right now I'm just kind of doing my thing. Crafting a little bit of everything. We make a lot of weapons and gear. Oh, it doesn't have an actual proper roar, does it? I forgot. Uh-oh. Dude, you knocked me all the way around a pillar. Oh, I was gonna say, that's gonna hurt. With 21 defense, we gotta be pretty careful here. Got him. Nice, got a flinch for that. Almost got hit pretty hard ourselves, though. Dude, this thing hits hard. This thing is hitting really hard. I'm a little intimidated, I'm not gonna lie. I did Dirty Davo. I have heard about how there's a bug with the charm tables. I hope they fix it soon. I think it's probably going to be the same for a lot of folks. I think a lot of folks are going to have that issue until they patch it out. I would imagine it's actually pretty universal, and some folks just have done the grinding to get to 42 charms, and some hasn't. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, this thing's hitting me really hard. I should play a little more carefully here. I like low heal as a name for like a challenge category, Parsec. I appreciate it. Thank you for sharing it with me. I'm sorry to hear that you're stuck on one of them, though. Like I said, hopefully they'll patch that out pretty soon. Wrath of Gog, it's good to see you. Thank you for the gift sub. Enjoy the gift sub bio. And cheers, Wrath of Gog. How you doing? I see your name every once in a while on Reddit, and I see it in the Chep's Discord as well. Hope you're doing well. It's very generous. What a sick username. It is, isn't it? GOG's cool. Well, it's the same charms every 42 charms, Fog, I think is what is to my understanding. Uh-oh, he's fighting our cats because we left the cats out here. Yeah, thank you. Not having a great night, but you'll sleep now and feel better tomorrow. Okay, well, rest well. I'm sorry to hear you're not doing well. Thanks for dropping by. Kiss a homie to you too. Ugh, that noise. Now you sleep? Thank you, GOG. Jeez. Folks are just being ridiculously generous. Thank you. You don't have to do that. I hope you enjoy the stream, GOG, and I hope you rest well. You can break Barath's scalp with impact damage and carve it? Yeah, it's true. Certain carves are pretty well locked behind it, Isaaco. You can get the scalp from a capture or from a... Maybe it's body carves, I forget. But you can still get the scalp other ways as well. But breaking the scalp is by far the easiest way to get that carve. Let's Fugen go. It's a good emote. Oh, he's doing the charge. That's cool. And then the hip check. He missed. You missed. How do you miss? It's a scripted animation. Oy, oy, oy. Karaida. Oh, and thank you for the follow. It's nice to get to kind of like formally meet you on Twitch. Hi. I don't know if I've ever talked to you on Reddit, but I've definitely talked to you in Shep's Discord or Shep's chat before. So cheers. Ooh, lucky life. Whereabouts? Oh, over there. I see it. Oh, stylish. Haven't seen Charge Blade and Rise. What's happening right now? There's a switch skill, which basically, you know, have you played new Charge Blade in World, Avalon? In World, you had an option to charge your sword up and make your sword charge with files and kind of do a little bit of extra damage there. In this game, you still have that, but you have the option to switch it out to charge your axe instead. When you charge your axe, any of your axe mode attacks, if you hold down the button, will do that, what I was just doing. It was too complicated for you? That's okay. It's pretty crazy complex in these games. You can do it. I believe in you. You could definitely like figure it out, especially if you took it slow and kind of like learned from YouTube videos and stuff. Totally possible. But they're like I don't know, there are a lot of weapons, but they're almost as complex as Charge Blade in these games. Essentially, you can charge up your axe, and then when you hold down the attack button, it'll spin and get kind of pizza cutter at the monster. It's pretty cool. I really like it. Trade it at least. I should probably heal. Maining Sword and Shield in this and enjoying it, especially the Shoryuken or Shoryugeki. I'm excited to try that out. I like Sword and Shield a lot. Sword and Shield is usually my main in these games. I play all the weapons, but Sword and Shield's my comfort zone usually. I haven't played as much of it in this game yet. But the Shoryugeki looks really cool. I'm looking forward to unlocking that in high rank. Oh, I didn't even notice that little tunnel there. That's cool. We can't go in there, I don't think, but it's neat that Ludroth can. Kind of crawl through the temple there. I think he's going to go around the side. Yeah, he's going to go around the side to the other side of the temple there. Oops. Only 4 what, Biggie? Like, I've only used Hunting Horn 4 times? That's probably true. The monster-only tunnels were a cool part, or a big part of Flight of Forest. It's cool to see them return. I guess that's true, now that I think about it. I hadn't thought about that, Parsec. Saw it on your guild card yesterday. I need more horn practice. Folks can request it. It's pretty cool in this game, too. Actually, you know what? Hang on. Let me charge up the axe first. Feels good. Something interesting about this mode is that it charges your files as you attack. I haven't played around with that much yet. Whoops, wrong direction. Oh, that change. I didn't realize that that would transform you back into sword and shield. Or sword mode, rather. It does parse it, but that's okay. I kind of like the experience of staying in it. It feels very intentional. Wow, he took a while to start running there. Limping already? Yeah, we're doing pretty good damage-wise. He's going to the underwater cave. That's where he's off to. He's zooming. That's why you take Evade Extender, so you can stay in Axe mode as long as possible. That makes sense, Botman. Evade Extender is super potent in this game, so I feel like adding 1 point of Evade Extender if you knew you were going to be focusing on Axe mode is really smart. Yep, the FPS cave. Here we go. Wait, really? There we go. Yeah, in handheld mode, it does not drop. Biggie. I have noticed that playing on my white as well, is that in handheld mode, the alpha effects that are taxing the Switch too much in this area do not affect it nearly as much. It's nice. Yep, Katana, Ludroth. Hob Ludroth. Nice. Ooh, tail. We cut the tail just in time, too. Charge Blade's fun in this game. You have a lot of different options on how to deal damage. Does that Wirebug skill just block? It blocks and fills your files completely and allows you to follow up with an SAED or a transformation attack. That's kind of cool looking. Find this really hard to play with without a Pro controller. Yeah, I haven't tried it on the Joy-Cons, but I've tried it on the Switch Lite, and it's okay. You'd kill the buttons and sticks in no time. I am worried about the sticks on my Switch Lite. But, I don't mind the controls. I feel like they're definitely not as comfortable as a full controller, and it takes a little bit of getting used to, but if you've played one of the older games where you've gotten used to a 3DS or a PSP, you can get used to a Switch Lite too, or a Switch. Like folks have done for Generations Ultimate too. I think it's a little tougher because there's more things to do. There's a lot more inputs in 5th generation Monster Hunter than there are in 4th generation Monster Hunter. So it's a little bit more complex to get used to, but you can do it. Yeah, you can do AED as well, Skiffy, yeah. Yep, that move is super crazy, IRB Gidja. The Wirebug skill where you counter and get your files filled. It works on any attack. I feel like it would have been more balanced if like light attacks filled like 1 or 2 files instead of just all of them. But whatever. Kazu time. I'm worried about this one. Playing handheld, you feel you have less control over everything you're doing. That's true. I mean, like, technically, you will have less fidelity of control because the movement on the joysticks is smaller and more, and like a little bit more sensitive. It's tougher to get the same, like, sensitivity or like control that you get on a big controller. So it's a little tougher. Would you be doing a Rise weapon tier list based on your thoughts, preference for each weapon? I would never try and give a list of like, these are the best weapons, because I'm not that good at Monster Hunter. This is my tier list for weapons that I feel comfortable with. Let me revise it. I haven't revised it in a second here. So 3 stars is I'm very comfortable. 2 stars is I'm kind of comfortable. 1 star is I'm only a little bit comfortable. So let me look through here. This is probably still pretty apt. I feel quite comfortable with Sword and Shield, Dual Blades, and Hammer. I'm getting there with Longsword, Switch Axe, Gun Lance, Charge Blade, Insect Glaive, and Lance. And then Hunting Horn, Light Bowgun, Heavy Bowgun, Bow, and Greatsword I feel like I need a lot of work with. There you go. That's not really a preference or thoughts about them list. It's more just like a how comfortable am I list. No 0 stars? Yeah, there's no weapons with 0 stars. For Hunting Horn, yeah. Hunting Horn's definitely my least played weapon at this point. We're getting there, Schmeg. It's one of the ones that's closer to upgrading. Okay, here, let me get that weapon raffle going proper. So, if you want to choose the weapon for low rank Khezu, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. And if your name gets drawn, you get to pick what I'm going to use. Let's go by the Buddy Plaza. See how things are going over there. Did you win the weapon raffle earlier? I don't think so, S-Fox. Nope. Somebody else did. I would have called you out or tagged you in the chat if you had. You lurks? Yeah, no worries, no worries. Let's get a cozy house here. How does the buddy trainer work? You just put a buddy in there and ran a few quests. It's the same levels when you put it in. You actually have to start the training. Here, I'll show you. Oops. So when you come in here, so you select buddies, and then after you select them, you have to go to training rounds and choose how many rounds of training you want. Once you put in the rounds, then you have to go down here to confirm and hit confirm, and then it will commence training. You'll know they're training when they're running around attacking the training down here. And that will train them up. You can boost their training with a Lagan Apple. You can boost everything in here with a Lagan Apple. I think it will boost their training with here, it will boost their trading over there, and it will boost what you get from the Meowcenaries. You're all good, Turnip. Folks were really generous tonight with those. Okay. Last call. Use the Lagan Apple so it saw everything to full. You can use the Lagan Apple, but you gotta go down to the bottom and hit confirm. That should do it. Just choosing the buddies, choosing the Lagan Apple, and then going down to confirm should do it. But you gotta make sure you confirm it and start the training. Yeah, last call for this weapon raffle. For Khezu. If that didn't work, then I don't know what's up. Just checked on it. Level did go up. Good. Got the tea leaf. All right, let's see what I'm going to use for this next hunt against Khezu. Parsec mech. What would you like me to use for this Kazu? I have a hunch. Rigged? It's not rigged. Hunting horn? All right, let's do it. Let's get that number up a little bit. Gonna use the Azuchi horn. If you choose a gesture with sound on the top roof, it echoes? That's cool. Huh. Interesting choice there. Did say it 10 minutes ago. Yeah, I had a hunch. All right. So cold. I'm gonna read this quest description when we get into the quest here. Aw. Thanks, Pro Cow. A sword and shield! I appreciate that. Thank you. Dr. Phil, comfy sword and shield. No, I'm gonna read the quest info here. So cold, whiskers frozen, tail frozen. Pause, what's that? A friendly smile? So warm, everything warm. The diary ends there. You feel compelled to rescue its owner. Oh gosh, oh no. It found a Kazu and it thought it was warm. Yep, I do feel compelled to rescue its owner. You're not wrong, game. All right, Kazu is not on the map. Oh, it's in the cave behind us here. Okay, I couldn't see where it was for a second there. Someone mentioned the blight beetles in chat a couple minutes ago. I haven't really played around with those that much. I should probably a little more, because they're interesting. I saw that Parsec. I saw they put that in the game. It's funny. Get those songs up. And let's remember the combos in this game. No Kazu theme? There is no Kazu theme here. Nope. We'll provide the music. Okay, too early. Don't have that many iframes. You can see how many iframes we had, though. Wow, so slow at doing that second swing of his tail. This is a sick hunting horn. It's cool, isn't it? Dang it, I wanted to hit him off the ceiling. Alright, it's piecing out. Before we continue, let's actually take a look at Kazu's impact zones. I think it's probably going to mainly be the head and the body and like not so much the feet or the torso, but we'll take a look here. I like knowing what we're actually supposed to be hitting on the monster. All right, impact. Head is a 70, neck's 50. Yeah, the rest is pretty butt. That's kind of what I thought it was going to be. Torso's okay, but the rest is awful. And he is indeed weak to fire, like in the old games. I should be using, not this one, the other one. The 2-note one. That's alright, Morg. That sounds like a pretty rotten way to treat somebody, so I wouldn't give them much grace. I would like a KO. There it is. Got it. Shoot. That was interesting. Oh, never mind. Not so interesting. Ruh-roh. Whew, that Thunderblight is scary. In fact, before I get stunned and comboed with this low defense, let's go ahead and grab that Nullberry. Heal up. God, he's so gross in this game. Oh my gosh, he's so gross. Aw, a little too far forward to get the back slam. Feels bad. Just need some googly eyes. That would be pretty funny. Oh, he actually bites. Oh, the sound effect when he bites, dude. Whoops, I was gonna do this. Ooh, it's slow. I didn't realize how slow that move was in this game. You gotta watch out, you can't iframe it. It also actually stretches out and hits you. In some of the old games, it would spin, but its tail would barely hit you. You can Freeman Knight, that move was like worthless. Angry Kazoo. Got it. Feels good, man. Uh-oh. Nope. It roars so much, it sure does. Whoops, none of those hit his head. Oh well. I think we can tip her the head with this. Yeah. Feels good. All right, see you, Biggie JC. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out here tonight. Feels good to practice this weapon. I don't totally... Like, I want to watch some people who are really good at this weapon play and understand how they use these new hunting more moves. You got the classic moves, and you got these new moves, and you got the recitals and stuff. I want to see what this weapon looks like when you're playing it well. I'm playing it okay. I'm intrigued to see what it looks like played by someone like Amadeus. Uh-oh. I think we're gonna die. Yep. Wasn't careful enough around that big thunder attack. That's okay. I think we'll finish it still. Plus, now we need some more supplies. Use mash buttons and it works out flawlessly. Yeah, I mean, it seems like Horn is okay for that now. You don't have to really know the theory of the combos to make it work. They flow together so nicely. They changed the flow of the weapon quite drastically, but I think a lot of folks like it better now. Nice to see Kezu hasn't changed. It is, isn't it? Oop, cats. Hang on. I really dislike that. Every time you cart, the cats come with you. You have to keep reminding yourself to leave them behind. I find that frustrating when you don't want to play with them. And now he's leaving. Oh god. Alright. Then every time you fast travel, you also have to remember to leave them behind. I really wish that there was an option to have them keep that toggle. So I didn't have to keep remembering to do it, but whatever. There he goes. We just saw him fly down into the cave. It's kind of cool. It's just novel. Like, after so many years of having the monsters flying between different, like, separately loaded maps, it's still so novel to actually see them fly and traverse these huge areas. It's really cool. Hey, Yumu. Whoops, I rolled into that. You just bring them to gather? I bring them mainly for... Oh my god, I'm paralyzed. I have a Zamite on top of me. Jesus. I bring them for gathering quests, and that's about it. I don't like how much damage they do, and I don't like how the monsters target them. I think that they deal a sizable amount of damage in this game, and I still think, like, even though the game is pretty different than old school Monster Hunter, I still feel pretty similar to an old Monster Hunter game about how the monster's attention gets drawn to the cats a lot of the time. Makes it harder to learn movesets and harder to practice your weapon. That's rad. That's rad, Dog Crotchel. Angani Giza style, huh? Your plugs? Nope. I just rolled the roar Yumu. Oh no! Feels so bad. Seems like a really neat way to play through the game, Dog Crutchell. Hello, the commotion. Kazu's so gnarly. Yes, he is. How are you this evening, commotion? I am practicing some horn on some hub monsters. I jumped into that. I was trying to jump up and attack him, but I did a poor job of it. I don't even know if he has a hurt box up there. He probably does. He does. Why not just leave the cats behind completely? Because sometimes I like having them. Sometimes I like gathering things on the fly. And it also gets you buddy tickets and trains them up a little bit. That would be the way to fix the problem with them following you after every warp, would just be leave them behind then. Oh god, nope. Yeah, I got you, Abdul Salam. You're good. His coloration looks to be pretty similar to me. Am I going to die? No, I'm not going to die. Oops. Oops, I didn't actually eat the nullberry. Yeah, the Spirit Birds thing seems really rough in Angani's moveset. That's like Angani's moveset taken to a T. That would get me pretty frustrated personally, I think. Only before you start fighting. Interesting. That's an interesting self-adaptation on that. Is Kazu classified as a flying wyvern? Yes. Yep. Music? That can't be right. That's right. There we go. There we go. Ooh, I'm lucky that flinched. We don't have that much health right now. Do friend tickets do anything? I don't know. Ooh, interesting when that actually canceled out my attack. Wow, that's got a really long end lag to it. Jeez, I didn't realize. Hey, Ekapam. How are the hunts going? The hunts are going nicely tonight. We're practicing all kinds of weapons. And we're going through Hub, and I like Hub's balance quite a bit, I think. I thought that might, just because of how I rode the rock there, I thought that might end up getting me hit. No, I want my KO. From what I hear, Slugger is actually pretty high value in this game. It used to be in the old game, Slugger would really not add all that much KO when you used it, but it seems like it's supposed to boost KO quite a good deal in this game, so I might invest in it later on. Right now, we're just using really early armor to keep the challenge and Hub pretty decent. Not bully the monsters too quick and make me have to be a little more careful. Yeah, even if you just read the description of it, it tells you it boosts it quite a bit. Why potion over Vigor Wasp? I just wasn't thinking. No reason. Didn't get that to his head, but that's okay. I bet that doesn't count as a wall. I'm just gonna hunch. Just got a hunch. That doesn't count. Some of the walls in this game are weird in terms of what counts as a wall. Hey, Kyrule. There's the KO. Nice. It's cool seeing those strings hold him in place there while he tries to do that move. Missed there. Oh, he moved his head up just in time. Nice, hit his head. A little bit far away. Man, I'm so used to the Freeman Knight hitbox for that thing. The Super Pound used to hit so far. Me too, Morg. I'm so happy with how little he's changed. I'm glad that, like, it's just a nice testament to this thing's design that you can port this thing over nearly unchanged from first generation, second generation, and be like, oh, yeah, you know what, Kazu? That guy's still a freaking challenge. That's just neat. Either that, you think that either that or this thing could just, or that could just mean that this thing sucks. It's always like a dumpy challenge. I like it though. I think it's a decent challenge, not a dumpy one. Depends on how you think about Kazu, I suppose. Uh-oh. No. Out. Would you, Yumo? I don't know if you have to look very hard. Yeah, I think me too, IRB Gidja. It would have been nice to have almost everything on that skeleton in the same game. On the flying wyvern skeleton. Oh! I think Yumu asked if Kezu's a flying wyvern. Kezu's not a flying wyvern. Kezu is a... what? Not a bird wyvern. Because flying wyvern is freaking Nargacuga and Tigrex. Kezu's not that. Is it bird wyvern? No. Bird is like dromes. Is Kezu similar to Giganox in theme, but not in fight? What's Rathalos? Flying wyvern? I'm confused. Good thing that stuff doesn't matter too much. Wrath and Tigrex are flying. I don't know if I've ever noticed that those were the same classification. Like, I knew Tigrex and Nargacuga had the same classification, but I don't know if I've ever realized they were the same one before. Yep, it's true, Morg Daddy. We're up against it right now, and it's truly harrowing. The horrors of low-rank Kezu. How did that not hit? There we go, there's a limp. Or no, that looks like a limp. Never mind. Do those hurt? I don't think those hurt. It's interesting. Am I offended by Kezu's strange appearance? No. I think he's kind of weird. But I don't think it's weird if people like him. Alright. Parzak, the goal has been achieved. I am out of healing. I imagine this thing's close. Yeah, he's close. I cheated. I looked at the map. It told me he was ready for capture. Could cap him, but where's the fun in that? Oh gosh, it still does thunder. I thought because he was tired it wouldn't do thunder. And I was like, oh my god. Dead. You have infinite healing with that horn? You know what? I'm a dummy. I should have been using that healing. You're right, IRB Gidja. The greed? There was some greed involved. Okay. I don't know how much healing this horn does, but we'll find out, I guess. I got turned around just now. You come out of here and then... Okay, yeah, I got it. I got it. No, they don't, Trav. They'll only do that if they're actually in the hunt. So I'm missing out on materials, but I like the fight too much without them. He jumped on top of our Thunder AoE. That was funny. Nope, you do not still get extra materials. If you bring them for even a small portion of the fight, it seems they usually give a couple materials for it. But, nah. You don't get any if you leave them at the camp. I wonder what procs them getting extra materials. Just being in the area with the monster, landing certain attacks. I don't know. Kill or cap? I'm going to go for the kill. I feel like with our potions low like this, it's going to be an interesting ending. All right, we got to get our movement buff up. Oh, I misspaced our big attack. That feels bad. Uh-oh. 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 Quest failed. Aw, beans. 30 minutes, too. Holy crap. That was taking some time, man. Let's start bringing a slightly different horn with us this time and see how we fare. This one's a little stronger. Not changing the armor up at all. Just changing the horn. Was this the first triple? No, we've tripled before. I've tripled to Zinogre and maybe one or two other monsters. I've tripled off stream a couple times just from being reckless. I think Magnamalo's tripled me with Gunlance a few times. Yeah, that Magnamalo and Zinogre quest tripled me a handful of times. On stream. So yeah, there's been some struggles. Well, we're going to change our tactic up just a little bit. I'll probably be a little more careful with my horn options, and then upgrading a horn or bringing in a horn here with a little bit of fire element to it should make our time a little easier since he's so weak to fire. It's also just a little stronger of a horn in general. 30 minutes is a long time for something to limp. I'm not looking to take that long. I like having him to take 15, 20 minutes, but 30, that's pushing. That's pushing what I'm looking for. I had low rank content. Makes sense that like we'd be around 100 to 120 raw right now. 1 star is like 80 or 90 to 100. 2 stars like 100 to 120. 3 stars going to be like 120 and above. Oh, he's behind us again. I do that special license with Rathalos and Overnail Mudra. That fight was rough. 2 or 3 carts. Yep. Feels nice when there's suspenseful quests and hunts like that. Alright, now we don't have an attack up song on this horn, but I think the actual stronger raw and the fire should probably make up for it. So I guess that's true. Even though I'm bringing the stronger horn, it's not necessarily going to be a straight up upgrade. Whoops. Ooh, it also sounds pretty cool. Defense up though, that's nice. I'll take that. Oh, this is a big one. We got Chonky Boy. That sounds cool. I find there, you know what? Actually, I didn't try the actual counterplay that you have, which would be latch onto the wall. Oh, you can't latch onto the wall. Well, that's lame. I was gonna say there's little counterplay for Kezu once he's up on the ceiling. In 4th gen, at least you could pretty easily run up the walls and try and attack him. In this game, it's a little harder to line up attacks on him up there. Too close. Yep. I could tell. Hitting the neck a lot, not the head. It's leaving, I think. Or just chilling on the ceiling. Yeah, I don't like fighting this thing on the ceiling. Izuchi, screw off. Izuchi. Didn't want to fight you in here anyway, Kezu. Kezu testing your spacing and testing your overcommitment, just like always. It's over? Did you collect everything you wanted to, Nox? Or what's over? You're either talking school or the game. I can't tell which. You have devoured chat. We are one. I can't talk or read tonight. I read that as divorced chat. I was like, oh no, Nox. You are one with the chat. Whose chat? My chat? I'm still getting used to new horn here. There it is. Too far away to hit him, feels bad. This won't be, though. So stylish, that move. That's not a good move to use on a down, actually, now that I think about it. That's more of a hit and run kind of move. Should be actually hitting his face with attacks when he's downed. Let's go ahead and sharpen real fast here. He's off to the other side of the map. Well then, so are we. That's a getting back up move. Uh-huh. Yep. Should have been doing some nice slam combos there. That's what we should have been doing. I guess hit and run isn't quite the right word for it. Aw, he beat us there. Alright, it'll be a little while before we get another KO. Whoops, that was supposed to be a super pound. That is a quote, Nox, for sure. Greed. Too much greed. Okay, so that's an attack, huh? Ugh, weird. Can you do it again? Nope. There we go. Okay, there we go. That's how you dunk him. You wait for that move and then you do that. Figured it out. He's all blotchy now. That's gross. Please hit. Oh, it doesn't have much range at all. You opened the window and yelled? Good for you. I'm glad you're liking it. So what's the newest Trails like? What's added? What's different? If the answer is it's just more Trails, that is acceptable as well. And what systems is it on? Please say Vita, because it's the most current console. Switch PC and PS4. Okay, I'll take Switch as a replacement for Vita. That's fine. Nice, Fear the Bee. More like Mortis. Yep, that should have been its name. The PlayStation Mortis. What's better, weakness exploit or 2 bonus points in normal up? Normal up is going to be more consistent. Weakness exploit is going to be better, especially if you have crit boost. I would think, just on principle. I would go with normal up personally before focusing on Wex or crit boost. But that's just me. Whoops. Do you remember when Hunting Horn had like Chungus hitboxes? That was nice. Got to play some new characters who previously couldn't play as. Nice. Ugh. Ooh, let's use that, actually. Thank you. Dude, his feet are weird in this game. They got like extra little toes growing out the side. We're going for the greed. It's fine. Mechas. That's cool. It sounds neat to me. No. Really? Okay, that's what that move looks like if his head isn't under the ground. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. I'll mess around with those moves. Kazuya doesn't joke around when it's on the ceiling. Oh, those do hurt. I walked through those before and I was like, do these hurt you? And they didn't. That time they did. I tried to press the recital button to iframe through that. It did not work out. Doesn't that give defense down anymore? Did that give defense down in the old games? What? I don't remember that. I mean, like, I never got hit by it, but if that gave defense down, that's really mean. I don't remember Kevu. My goodness, I cannot speak tonight. I don't remember Kevu having anything like that. It did? Oh my god. I never realized because I never got hit by it. Too far away for this to hit. Not worth. Oh well. Because he swallowed for a hole and the saliva was corrosive to make it go down easier? That would make sense. That would definitely make sense. It's pretty ominous fighting him without music. Bounce bomb where? I should bring bounce bombs for this fight, shouldn't I? Alright, he's headed out to the lake. It's probably not worth grabbing this, but whatever. Didn't take that long, I suppose. Hello, Baggy. too early on the roll there. Has anyone caught people trying to flash Kezu? I haven't personally because I've barely played multiplayer. And when we did play multiplayer, there weren't that many flash bombs thrown. I think people flashed to Rathalos because I feel like people are just kind of have it like hard ingrained in them. Like, it's a Rathalos, flash it. Even in 5th gen where it's kind of easier to knock him out of the sky. But no, there hasn't been that much flash spam, which I've been appreciative of. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, thank goodness he's tired. Get wrecked from Obra. Is he weak? He's not weak yet, he's just leaving. Okay. Whatever. Yeah, Skiffy's played a lot more multiplayer than I have. There was a period in World where people would flash constantly, even on non-flyers. I mean, that was before they nerfed flash bombs, yeah. Really easy to collect around the environment, really easy to bring combines for, really easy to have auto-craftable. Really easy to spam. I'm glad they nerfed them into the ground like they did. And that nerf is mostly still here in this game. I think it's awesome that the clapper and this bell and the hammer and his hammer moves around in rings rather than staying in one position. I didn't realize it did. That's cool. I hadn't noticed. Who's here? Huh? What? There was music for like 5 seconds. Oh, it was the baggy music prematurely, maybe? I don't know. Weird. Pokemon time, I think. Yeah, that's what it was. Can't blame that on the game. And I'm sorry it's like that for you when you're playing. Join request is a lottery? Of course. I mean, like, not everyone's going to be competent. That's okay. I don't know. If you're looking for competency, you have to coordinate with others. That's just how it is. I forget which one that was, Nox. I haven't memorized all their names. I'm happy there are more players. I don't play multiplayer very often. When I do, I'm happy to help others. Like, if I'm not looking for personal gain out of multiplayer. I know a lot of people are. They're like, oh, this is how I get my materials quickly. It's like, no, you can get materials almost as quick just doing it solo if you just practice the monster. It's definitely less tedious to do it in multiplayer, but like, that's the dice you roll. You gotta coordinate with others if you want it to be like hyper efficient, or you gotta be willing to help others out, whether that's helping them to improve or helping them with something that you want to do. It's just give and take. That's how relationships and interactions with people work. The one that has Remover pick you up and throw you off the tower for a trick one-shot? Alright, I think I can remember how that thing looked. That was goofy, though. I remember that. Hey, Apple Bud. Alright, up we go. Well, I think, like, whether you posted the quest or not, I think that, like, whenever you're in a whenever you're interacting with somebody, there's always going to be some give and take. Some people are selfish, some people aren't. Like, it doesn't matter who posted. Like, it's courteous to be like, oh, you posted the quest, or it's your hub. So I will be considerate, but not everyone's going to have that emotional intelligence. And you can choose to either recognize that and be okay with it, or you can choose to be upset by it. That's up to you. Like, knowing that it's a roulette when you go online and then getting upset about it, that's wholly in your court. You can go online and understand it's a roulette and go, oh, well, it's a roulette. I'm frustrated. When you get more upset, that's on you. Still taking it slow? Yep, we're in low rank hub right now. We've been doing low rank village for a couple weeks, and now we're soloing our way through the hub and letting folks pick weapons for us. God, he's a really gross monster. I mean, I feel that way too. I mean, when I'm in multiplayer, I feel badly if I don't do well, but I know that there should be a good amount of like give and take. Like, everyone has bad fights, everyone has good fights. I feel pretty dumpy in multiplayer a good chunk of the time because I just don't play it very often. So all of a sudden I'm overcommitting to things and getting killed, or I'm not helping my teammates out when they need it, or like knocking my teammates around, and I feel bad about it. It's like, I understand it, but I'm not going to get upset at other people. I'm always going to give them a little bit of leeway. There are certain hunts you just cannot do with randoms, or you should not do with randoms if you do not expect or not want to get frustrated. Some things are just too hard. Ouch. But that's from your point of view, Skiffy. I understand being upset about it. I don't know. Yeah, you can roll Kazu's Roar and Rise. It's nice. Ah, the range on that is just abysmal. Yeah, that was kind of my experience too, man. Is even in low rank, it felt like teammates were not really looking out for each other, which bummed me out a little bit. Hey, Mad Cow Disorder. Dude, this quest still took a long time with Horn. We'll see how the other 2-star quests feel. I don't want to dump a bunch of damage skills into our armor quite yet. I'm okay with just running some really limited armor so we have a challenge, but 30 minutes on a Kazu is a long time. I'm going to be sad if Horn just feels weaker in general than the other weapons like it did in so many other games. Yeah, when I've played multiplayer with folks, I've had to turn buddies off. There's just too much going on, and the buddies do too much damage and make the quests take too short. But I think I'm pretty weird for that one. Most people don't care if the quests take short amounts of time. We tried Demo Horn? Yeah, I did. It was pretty strong. Felt pretty good. That sounds rad, Nox. How do you like Zinogre in this game? I like him quite a bit. Gimmick runner now? Dude, Naked's cool. One of my like, the person who got me to start playing Monster Hunter, or start streaming Monster Hunter, who inspired me to start streaming Monster Hunter, was like a gimmick runner. You ever seen Silver Rathalos' portable third stuff, Nox? Some runner named Silver Rathalos. Like him to charge faster? Yeah, it does feel like you can stagger him out of his charges a lot. Oops. Yeah, watching that person play Pro Cow is what made me want to start streaming, in large part. Doesn't surprise me that Pro Cow knows it. Well, no carts this... Or did we cart? I forget if we carted. No carts this time. That feels better. The baggie got toasted. That move, dude. Moves a lot. Imagine if this thing made noises like a Minecraft ghast. I guess it kind of already does, doesn't it? Oh god, the greed! I don't have any healing left. There it is. Dude. I want to see how Horn feels on other quests, or how other weapons feel on a quest like this. Have you ever meleeed a ghast? Yeah, probably back in the day. Because to me this just felt soup. It felt like it took way longer than I was expecting. It's definitely a you doing something wrong type of deal, Riss. Okay, thanks. I appreciate it. I legitimately, I'm not being facetious. If it's I need to learn to play Hunting Horn better, then that's fair too. I haven't watched anybody play Hunting Horn yet. I'll go watch Deus. See how Deus is doing. Feel free and share also, Nox, if you know what I'm doing wrong. Unless you're mistaken, it doesn't waste your food bonus if you eat and do arena, it saves it. Interesting. That is pretty interesting, ProCal. That's an odd little detail. Would make sense I would need more practice with Horn. I've not played very much of it yet. Reinventing the wheel. Haven't dabbled in new Horn enough. Okay. Well, still, I appreciate you letting me know that you think I could probably do better. I think I could too, I'm sure. It just, that felt like it took a lot longer than I expected it to. And I'm curious as to why. Maybe it's just because of the power of the low rank Kezu. Alright. Next up, Volvodon, probably one of the last hunts of the night. If you want to go ahead and choose my weapon for Volvodon, type !ticket in the chat real quick. If I pull your name out, that means that you're going to choose what I use for probably one of our last hunts of the night here. Part of what we were doing wrong there could be you're not using a horn with attack boost. But this does have a little more raw than I expect some other weapons around this point in the game would be. Like, we haven't fought Rathian yet. to make this horn. At least in Hub. In Village, we totally have, but yeah. We'll see. Like I said, I'll probably try and do some research in terms of like how other folks play new hunting horn. Dodging Monstream, fighting big mons. Gotcha. For all the favoring Rise Longsword guy, it's still not as stylish as Frontier Longsword. I'm not even familiar with Frontier Longsword. There was so much of Frontier I didn't get a chance to see. I saw just a little bit, and what I saw was pretty cool. Well, welcome back, Frenchie. We're fighting Volvodon. Didn't get to Zenith. I got to see all the Zeniths. I actually, Bone Cuss and Nefudis carried me up, like helped me grind up to a point where I could at least enter the quests of all the Zeniths and see them. So I carded to all of them. I can say that. I have carded to all the Zeniths. Could grind your sword on the ground while sprinting to throw out a strong spirit slash starter that gave you big gauge. I do vaguely remember seeing that. This is cool. It was fun carding into them, honestly. Like, you got to just, I basically just ran around in the area and saw their moves. Which, I mean, that's not all of the fun. It'd be much more fun to practice against the moves and fight the monster. But if you could only watch a video, or you could actually be in the arena and walk around and see them throw out the moves, it's pretty cool. It was a good time. Hope that game comes back. Alright, last call for that weapon raffle. I'm going to grab some water. If you want to choose my weapon for Volvodon, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. And we're back. Alright, let's see what I'm going to use for that quest against Volvodon. I need to come up with a different sound effect for those two. I don't like repeating the weapon raffle end and the back from BRB noise. Alright, Major Guns. I think you won pretty recently, didn't you? Maybe earlier tonight or yesterday. Major Guns, what would you like me to use for Volvodon tonight? Bow? Alright. For bow, let me see what early stamina skills we can put together. Let me think about what bow I want to use. Volvodon is weak to water? Yeah, water and ice. Is this what you were going to choose, Nox, is bow? This is probably too strong. Not as strong as that. We're going to go with this. We won't be using super strong armor, so it should be okay. You and chat are one and the same. Alright, probably want attack and constitution and stamina surge. Zenogre, Izuchi. Okay, we could put on the Izuchi braces. We fought Lagombi, we could put on Lagombi. Same with Pookie. So Pookie, Lagombi, we don't have that piece though. Kodachi, did we fight Toby? I don't think we have yet. Pookie has 2 levels. That seems okay to me. Pookie armor, woo! Alright, Izuchi. Okay, and then can I get some attack boost? Let me take a look. Remember chat, Rist is a bow master? This is not the case. I'm still in the infancy of learning bow. Or at least it feels that way. Okay. early attack boost. So Hunter's Mail would be good. But we have Constitution on instead. Baroth? We haven't fought Baroth yet, but might go with that. Baggy Legs we could probably do. Nope, we're using Constitution there. Rathalos. Nope. Not any easy attack pieces to put into this set. Not that don't overlap with Constitution. Well, barring that, I guess I'll try Crit Eye. Barioth we have not fought yet. Kimura has Crit Eye. Could do that. Izuchi has Crit Eye on its helm. Okay, so Izuchi helm, Kimura waist. So probably have better defense than what we've got on right now too. Yeah, we have 82 defense instead of 21 now. That's probably for the best. Interesting look. Did I already eat? I did. Okay. Should be interesting. Using a longbow instead of swinging a sword? I don't know what would be more exhausting between the two. This is pretty decent. Con 3, Crit Eye 2, Wirebug Whisperer. This should be a pretty decent hunt. Where is Volvodon? Volvodon is in the central area. Okay. I'll get there manually because I feel like it. Oh, of course this is where Volvodon starts. This is where Volvodon starts in frickin' 3rd gen. Makes sense. Whoops. Oh, it helps if you put on the power cutting. There's a certain way where you can fire a rapid and a power shot at the same time, essentially. I don't really know how to do that yet. That did it. Yeah, there we go. Nope. It's really easy to accidentally mash A twice instead. I believe it's like rolling. You can basically shoot a power shot right after shooting a rapid shot. So it's like releasing your rapid shot and then rolling down the power shot right afterwards. And then not mashing too hard to get another shot by accident. We're out of range. Oh, he got me. It tracked. Look how much it tracked. It tracked up into the air. That's crazy. Who's that, Pookie? Yeah, Pookie's here. With a big roar. Not really interested in the Wyvern ride. Interesting, Applebud. That you don't really want to fire shots at low levels in this game because they have, in addition to both charge level, you have shot type level now as well. In World that didn't exist, and so it wasn't as much of a big deal to fire those early level shots, but in this game you really don't want to be doing it. He got me. Oh, I rolled right into that. Oh boy. Whoops. Yeah, I'm still kind of grappling with his weapon's controls. Oh no, we got the bad RNG. Have mercy, Volvodon. He did. God. Dude, this monster is nuts in this game. Whoops, I canceled the rapid shot. Oh god. Volvodon is a menace. I would describe him exactly as that as well. Some of his hitboxes and some of his AI patterns are nuts. I don't mind him, because I feel like having him be a menace is more interesting than having him be like a pushover in the old games, but he's something. Whoops. Mashed through the rapid shot there. Whew. God, they couldn't turn around quick enough there. You tried out gyro yet? I'm using it right now. I like gyro a lot. I've used gyro in other games and I really like it. Nope, I didn't want that second power shot. I wanted to dash back. It's really easy for me to accidentally mash into those. Yeah. My fingers still have a hard time, like, dealing with it. Like, ZL is aim in and R2 is shoot and charge, but I don't know. Still getting used to it. Nope. Can someone explain gyro to you? Sure. So gyroscope aiming in games is basically, it's not usually something like a Wii remote. You're not like pointing a pointer at the screen. It's not like that. It's basically like as you are also aiming with the right sticks, as you're aiming the camera with your right sticks, you can also aim the camera up and down a little bit using your controller. So I can move it right and left, but I can also move it just a little bit right and left with the controller. So it's nice for fine-grained control like that. It's an in-between between a mouse and a controller input, I would say. It takes a minute to get used to using the two in tandem, but they're really useful together. Woo! Whoops. There are a lot of options for it in the settings. Like, I think by default, you aren't able to use your stick at the same time as the gyro. It like switches over to full gyro control. I only have it set up for bow aiming. I can kind of show you the settings I've got if you're curious, Frenchie, because I really like it. Doesn't work so well handheld, but it works really well with a pro controller or just a motion-enabled controller in general. I use a combination of the sticks and the gyro, Frenchie, yeah. I think this set might have been a little strong. Whatever. So gyro functionality on, you can tweak the sensitivity for both TV and handheld mode. Handheld mode I found is kind of funky because like you're turning the whole thing for turning left and right. And so to turn like it's not just like you're tilting your system left and right. If you're playing handheld, you have to like turn in your seat, which I don't like doing. So gyro is kind of rough in handheld mode. You can turn on and off right stick controls, and you can turn it off for like, if I turn this on, all of a sudden I'm using gyro for like camera constantly, which to me is kind of sickening, and I wouldn't want to really use it like that, but to each their own. Oh, oops. Aiming is like bowgun aiming. Photography has it turned on. I didn't like that. I was like, sorry, I bumped the microphone there, I think. Then you have gunner and hunting installation and TV mode. Okay, this is hunting installation sensitivities, which can be separate from your regular sensitivity. Yeah. So those are the settings for it. They're pretty extensive settings, which I'm pretty happy for. They did a really nice job with it. I'm happy I was able to figure out that whole like rapid shot into power shot thing. To me, it feels like with a stick, you're kind of pushing a cursor. Essentially, like you're pushing the stick until the cursor lines up and then you're hopefully letting go with the right timing, yeah? Gyro feels more like to me like a mouse where like you're moving it a certain amount and you can get used to how much you're moving it each time. So it feels a lot more exact and a lot more like one-to-one movement. It's not like you're pushing a little cursor and then stopping all of a sudden. So I'm a big fan of gyro aiming. Have been for a while. Meme wake up time. So I'm trying to turn, man, he was right beneath me. You can't shoot that low. I was trying to turn myself with both gyro and with the analog stick there, and it just didn't work. Thoughts on the wall snails? They're cool. I want more crabs. Give me actual in-game crabs, Capcom. Yeah, it's okay if it's not for you too. Like I think that it's totally fine if you don't like gyro. I was gonna say more, but it doesn't really matter. Have you taken pics of rare endemic life? Some of them, not all of them. I don't know where some of them are. I don't want to hear from chat where they are. I'd rather find them as a surprise. Yeah, I think this bow is probably a little bit strong for this quest, but that's okay. Yeah, it is a lot, isn't it, Apple Bud? Just blood would be pretty nice. That's why I use numbers. Yeah, that's fair. Which bow is that? This was the Mizutsune bow. It's a nice rapid warrior bow. That felt good. I like bow in this game. You know what? We have time for one more quest. Great. All right. Our last quest is going to be Bizarrios. There's a sale on. I need to remember to shop at the store. One second. Hang on. Now go ahead and type exclamation mark ticket in the chat. If you want to choose my weapon for the Bizarrios. To make this a fast one. So like I said, if you want to choose my weapon for the last hunt of the night, type exclamation mark ticket in the chat. It's been a nice night. Done a good chunk of it. 2-star hub. Or HR2 or whatever it's called. Thanks, Cordial Snail. Cheers. Got a jackpot with the statue today? I have not gotten one yet. I've gotten some statues from other stuff, but not from that. Yeah, cheers, Cordial Snail. All right, I'm gonna say last call for that weapon raffle. Missed the room from World. Yeah, the room in this game isn't quite the same charm, is it? Okay, here we go. Apple Bud. Apple Bud, what would you like me to use? Sorry, Skiffy. Yeah, I apologize. Normally I let it go a little longer, but it's pretty late. That's true, Alpha. That's true. The home console rooms usually are a step above. Yep, you did indeed, Apple Bud. What would you like me to use for our last hunt tonight? Dog? That's not an answer. Sorry, I don't do that. Sword and shield? Okay. Because I'm not doing that, I apologize. Alright, Bizarrios, huh? Got just the thing. All right, now what else do we want to use here? I think Hunter had some attack up. Let's put together some nice 2-star armor quick. I should pay attention to the kappa. Hunter, Hunter, Baggy, Baggy. 10 defense versus 4 defense. Suppose I like the look of Baggy. Let's do some Baggy. Okay, we can put on the Jaggy arms now, probably. Yeah, let's do that. And then that would leave us with a waist piece and a helm to post, or to put together. Are they doing endgame boss stuff, Frenchie? I'll try and, if that's the case, I'll probably try and raid somebody who's playing an older Monster Hunter game. Okay. Gotcha. I don't care if they're meta or Gorgeous Snail. It's not like I dislike that they exist, I just don't think that their controls are interesting over the course of a hunt. I think I'm supposed to be looking for a waist. Yeah, I am. Whoops. I was looking through the wrong pieces. Ooh, water attack and crit. I don't mind if I do. Let's do that one. Couple pieces of ingot, couple pieces of baggy. That's classic. That's like that's like straight out of portable third. Or not ingot, alloy, rather. I like this game. All right, Bizarrios. What's the deal with them including like 2 or 3 pieces of stuff that used to be full sets? Those didn't always used to be full sets in the old games. There are armor sets in the old games too that are just like just a helm or just a helm and a chest piece. Slagtoth is a good example. It's in this game. It is in the old games. It's just a head and a chest. That's it. That's usually for small monsters. Oh, there's one in particular that's an arena reward. They've always had one-piece arena reward stuff too. Although, I don't know. If you're talking about like a guild set, I don't know about that yet. Ooh, Bizarrios in the plains too. Nice, they give you bombs. Very considerate. He's in the middle area. Oof. Sword and Shield versus Bizarrios. This should be interesting. Okay, I was not turned around. I thought I knew where I was going. I wanted to make sure. Wanted to make sure I knew where I was going there. Oh, a tailspin. Cut the tail. If I could reach it. I stood still and he missed. I should have blocked or gotten out of the way there. So many bounces. Makes sense. That wasn't worth. Oops. He just digs away. He's going underground, I think he is. Okay. Where's the nearest hole? Probably this way. Oh, hello, Kadak, or Arachnoid. What is happening? Why didn't that hit me? Too early. Here he comes! It's the dig! It's not very aggressive in low rank, but that's fine, I think. Oh, flash. Didn't mean to even hit that, but that's okay. We'll use it. Too early. Okay. Just curious how quick I could go back in there. Not that quick. Whoops. Oh yeah, Pizzarios looks fantastic in this game, for sure. His tail! Away he goes. I like seeing him lumber away instead of dig away, it's cool. No, yeah, mobile has an inbuilt delay, Skiffy. There's nothing you can do about it. I'm sorry it screwed you over with the weapon raffle. Usually I don't end the weapon raffles that quickly, but I did right now because it's so late at night. Whoops. Tail cut coming soon? We'll see. I would be surprised. Bonk. Ting 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 ting. Missed it. I'm trying to cut the tail now. Oh, hey, bear off. Nice. That powered through both those dudes there. Running Mind's Eye? Nope. The moves I'm hitting it with just simply have Mind's Eye built into them. Oh, they were both ready at once. That's so interesting. Because I used that attack on them both. Yep, they have done a good job of giving a lot of weapons in the game Mind's Eye attacks, so you can deal with things like hard to cut tails or hard to cut hearts. You still have to be thoughtful about it, and it's difficult still. Oh, he's tired. We're good. Alright, good night, Uchi. We're going to be going to bed soon here as well, because it's late. Nice. Ooh, actually, Water Blight's super nice for this, because it means it's going to soften up all his hard parts. How do you like turf wars or wyvern riding? I like that turf wars are more infrequent. It means they're fun and novel instead of being a frequent annoyance. Whoops. Scuffing the controls up here. Wyvern riding I think is pretty okay. I don't like that it's forced. I really wish that you could sheath and choose to ride or continue attacking the monster and it would just expire after a couple seconds. That being said, even still, I prefer it to both the Clutch Claw and regular old world mounting. I think it's more in-depth and gives you more choices, which is good. It's also not as spammable, because there's a hard cooldown on it. I'm glad they don't, Cordial Snail. If they did stick together and just fought around you, I think that'd be cool. If they stick around and just roar like they did in World, get that ish out of here. That stuff was really obnoxious. That was one of my most frustrating things about World. Can roar his roar, or roll his roar. I got you, Cordial Snail. Somewhere in between. Whoops, missed. Oh, Baroth is here again. Hello, Baroth. Bye, Baroth. Yeah, you're right that you kind of just leave, don't they? I feel like they kind of overcorrected just a touch from World there. You're right. I just think, I wish when they were together, they didn't just roar at one another, that they actually fought each other or fought you. Having that unpredictability in the area would be nice. It would be a good challenge. Having them just stand there and roar and or always turf war or always get each other into Wyvern rideable state, kind of boring. I'm okay with roars not being an annoyance. I'm okay with you still having to roar rolls, or roar, god darn it. I'm okay with you still having to roll roars, my goodness. I'm really glad that monsters don't just come and show up and spam roars at you, because man, that sucked. That was a waste. Believe it or not, that's not what I was trying to do. Oh, the tail tip is separate. I'm just realizing. I've been hitting the wrong part for that. That's fine too, Alpha. It was just the hitboxes constantly. It was really obnoxious. It was disruptive, super disruptive. Whether you participated with the turf war or participated with like that kind of thing or not, it was super disruptive to the hunt. You get it? I'm tired. It's good to make a mistake. Thanks, Game God. I appreciate the understanding. There you go. One Bizarrio's tail. It's a good thing he's tired, jeez. I think they're at the end, Game God. Like most folks are. Whoops. I didn't really mean to go into that back hop there. I need to work on my sword and shield controls a bit, I think. Nice, Alpha. You grinding in dose. Ugh. Missed the Spinning Reaper. I'm trying to average 1 or 2 ranks a day. That's good. That's good progress, man. I'm curious to see what you unlock as you go. Hits really low down on that attack. Yeah, that move's not threatening at all in low rank. I wonder if they change it to be more so in high rank. I hope so. There's the limp. Decent time. That's around the amount of time I'm looking for hub quest to take currently. Jaggy, please just don't. Thanks. I hear him. What are you doing? Oh, he's going over there. Okay. Oh, he faked me out. What polite Jaggy? He was rather polite, wasn't he? The Bizarrio's fake out there. Oh, How can you do that? Oh, I know how you can do that. Here, I got it. I got it. We're good. Nope. Messed the spacing up. Okay, maybe that's not the spacing you want. Oh well. Whoops, nope. There it is. Yeah, I feel like I've got some slop to work out with Sword and Shield. Both in terms of like this matchup, clearly, because this guy's kind of dumpy to fight with Sword and Shield without getting smacked by the tail all the time. But also, just some slop with my general movement. What if you place one bomb and did the wire bug throw the bomb with the other? Could do that, that'd be stylish. I feel like I need some practice with Sword and Shield in general. It's not one of the ones I've played a lot of so far in the game. GG, Hub Bizarrios. That was fun. I definitely got a chance to see more of Bizarrios' moveset there. It really does feel like Village is short enough that you don't really get to fight the monster's movesets all that much. See ya, Applebud. We got 3 tails. Oh my god. Alright. I don't know how you get 3 tails from Bizarrios, but apparently you do. Well, this has been a rather nice night of streaming. Rather nice night of Monster Hunter, rather. When we come back, we're going to be finishing up 2-star hub. Let's see what we have remaining here. We have the Path to Royalty, Dead Ringer, and then some small monster quests and multi-monster quests. Nice. I'm excited for the multi-monster ones. Cool. This should be fun to do tomorrow. After that, we move on to 3-star. Oh, I said tomorrow. I misspoke. I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow. Or the day after that, or the day after that, or the day after that. I'm getting married this weekend, and tomorrow we have a rehearsal, and like it starts getting kind of busy. So I'll see. I might be on tomorrow night. I might not be. The next couple of days are going to be like, if you see me on stream, it's a treat. So I hope you guys have a nice weekend if I don't see you guys at all. I probably will. I'll find some time to pop on, at least for a bit, but I wouldn't imagine it'll be as much streaming as normal throughout the week or the weekend. Gonna be a wild few days? Yeah, sure. You could say that. Thanks, you guys. Thanks. I appreciate the congratulations. Anyways, if it's your first time by the stream and you liked it, I'm going to be soloing through Hub for a little while to come here, then soloing through High Rank Hub, which should be fun as well. I got you, I got you, Frenchie. Thank you for the heads up. If you like the stream, think about following. Let's see, what else? We have a cozy Discord. If you like talking about Monster Hunter, you need someplace to talk about off stream, the Discord's a good place to be for Monster Hunter old and new. There's all kinds of nice folks in there. If you like watching things on YouTube instead of Twitch, we have a YouTube link and a Twitter link there. I talk on Twitter sometimes too. Thanks, Game God. Cheers, Mazer Guns. I appreciate it. Last thing we're going to do tonight is we're going to find somebody who's streaming Monster Hunter and give them a raid. So let's see who's on. Apparently not Monstropolis, because they're doing final boss stuff. I can't believe they're already at the final boss. That's nuts. That's nuts. We're going to raid our friend Falassin. They're streaming 3 Ultimate for the Wii U, and they're doing some multiplayer, which sounds rad to me. So we're going to raid Falassin here. Enjoy the stream there. Twitch is dying. Oh, I'm sorry. Falassin's a real good, nice person. Man, I cannot talk tonight. They're a real good person. Their stream is chill. They talk about some good stuff there. So check them out. Give them a follow. Enjoy the Monster Hunter. I will see you guys all whenever I see you over the next couple days. I hope you guys have a nice night or a good day, whatever time it is where you are. And cheers. Happy hunting. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye for now. Oh, I need my mouse to work. There we go.